So I'm asking you nicely.
I know you are, but just let me go.
I can't let you go. We're way past that point.
Alright, so let's make a deal.
This is 47-year-old Brian Filipiak, a lieutenant in Washtenaw County, Michigan, who was pulled over on the 3rd of November 2016 in Montmorency County after police received 2 reports of a truck that nearly hit several vehicles and almost ran off the road several times.
Can I see your license, registration, proof of insurance? Okay. You got your ID? Department ID? And your driver's license. The reason why I'm stopping you is we got multiple reckless driving calls about you. Okay? And then when I'm following you, you're hitting the shoulder of the road. You been drinking? How many? Okay. Where are you reaching in the back for? I seen you reaching in the back. You have an open container back there? Okay, you been drinking on the way here? Got your registration, proof of insurance? Do you have a firearm on you? Okay. Do you got your pistol? Are you a corrections officer or just deputy? Lieutenant? Okay.
Not long after the interaction starts, we can see that Brian directly admits to having drunk. This is not usual behavior from someone being pulled over, but as we'll see, it seems as if Brian believes he can do so because of his title.
Brian, I'm going to have you step out of the car when I'll do field sobriety test for you. Okay? Where are you going to camp?
Huh?
Where are you going to camp?
Milwaukee, Michigan. So.
Where?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, Michigan? Where's that? Just around. It's Hillman right around the corner.
Hillman.
Hawks?
Huh? No, past Hawks.
I have no clue where that's at.
Never heard of it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to step out of the vehicle. What would you like me to do?
Just let me go.
I can't. I had multiple phone calls. You'd be in the same situation if I was in the vehicle in your county, correct?
I don't know.
I've got multiple 911 calls about a reckless driver, plate and all, matches, almost hitting vehicles. I get behind you. You hit the shoulder of the road twice.
All right, just let me stay here. Okay?
You can't. I'm going to ask you nicely to step out of this vehicle.
For the record, Brian's actions could have easily been forgiven a few years earlier when body cams weren't used, but that's exactly why they exist in the first place, to capture despicable situations like the one that follows.
Brian, my hands are tied. If I let you go, I'm going to lose my career over you. You don't think I wouldn't?
No.
This is northern Michigan. We're a small department. Okay, I'm going to ask you nicely to step out of the vehicle. You know I have my job to do. You know that.
Yeah, I just want you to...
And I understand your point, your position. Okay, I'm trying to be as cooperative and nice to you as I can. So, please step out of the vehicle for me. You know how this works.
I know.
Okay? So I'm asking you nicely.
I know you are, but just let me go.
I can't let you go. We're way past that point. You know this.
No, I don't.
You're a lieutenant. You know how this works.
Yeah, I do.
You would tell one of your deputies if they called you right on the side of the road.
No,
and they asked you what to do. So, if one of your deputies is in the position as I am right now, calling you as a lieutenant, Lieutenant, this is what I got. What should I do? You're just going to say let him go?
What Brian says next is absolutely incredible.
Why? Just because. You're intoxicated. I know it. You have open alcohol in the vehicle that you stashed in the back. I know it. You know it. I'm not losing my career over you.
You don't have to.
This will make me lose my career
No,
over you.
it won't.
So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Step out of this vehicle nicely for me. Brian, we are way
Just
past.
let me speak.
Can't. I can't. Brian, I can't.
No. If you let me stay here, I'll be gone.
No.
I promise.
Brian, we've already went past that point.
No, what?
You are. I'm being nice to you.
No.
Now, Les,
What, you want
any
to
other
know?
person you would have drug out of this vehicle, correct?
No.
That's refusing to step out of this vehicle.
No, not where I'm at.
As the officer said, this situation is particularly troubling exactly because of that. The fact remains that if the person in question weren't a law enforcement officer, they would have dragged him out of the vehicle 5 minutes ago. However, because it's a lieutenant that we have instead, the story is completely different.
Washington County will not do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm being decent, not yanking you out of this vehicle yet.
No.
I don't want to yank you out of this vehicle.
No, just let me go. All right?
I can't. We're done with that.
No. We can't.
No.
So,
My bosses already know.
that's fine.
That's not fine. Step out of this vehicle right now.
Just let me go. Be a good guy.
I am being a good guy. Brian, out of this vehicle. I'm asking you nicely. I don't want to see anything worse happen. Okay?
No, just let me go.
Brian.
I will go sleep in the bushes.
You know, the next thing, I'm going to go hands-on with you.
No,
and you're going to go to jail for R&O. You want that.
No, I don't want that.
Out of this vehicle right now.
Stop.
Regardless of the multiple consequences his actions will have, Brian still refuses to step out of his car and keeps on asking the officers to let him go. What's more surprising is that the officers kept on trying to reason with him instead of taking him out by force.
I'm being very cooperative with you. Nice to you.
No, you're not. Because if
My
you
hands
were-
are tied.
No.
I cannot let someone
go
go
over
drunk.
and sleep it off. That's all I ask.
We're way past that point, Brian.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
I had multiple 911 calls.
No, that's why I'm saying. I will.
You wouldn't have stopped without me lighting you up.
stopped for you.
You wouldn't have stopped.
I stopped for you.
Yes, you did. You wouldn't have if I didn't get behind you.
Oh my gosh. How would I would? Okay, just let
You
me,
know intoxication.
Just let me stop over and call it, okay?
I can't.
Do me a favor.
I can't.
Oh my god.
I'm not losing my career over you.
And I'm not losing my career either, so.
So you doing exactly what you're doing is not helping your career out.
No, it's not. Well.
Despite the multiple warnings, Brian keeps on with his attitude, but then we can surprisingly hear Officer Zachary reminding him that despite them being cops, they are not above the law, which at least shows that not all officers are like Brian.
Just let me.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
You think I want to do this? Arrest a fellow cop?
Yes, I think you do.
Why?
I don't know.
I know
go
this
over.
career. I know what you go through every day.
No, just let me go over.
Why do you think I want to arrest a cop? We're not above the law.
I don't know. 'Cause
Okay.
I've had. You want to talk? We could talk forever.
Yes, we can.
But so just.
And
let
we're
me-
at the point, Brian. You have to step out of this vehicle now. If I have to yank you out with this
No,
being
no,
our
just
officer,
let me-
you are going to go to jail for R&O,
No, I'm not.
along with other charges.
So just let me.
I can't do that. You know that.
Yes, you can.
My boss is already aware of the situation.
It's okay. Just let me go over.
I'm not no, out of this vehicle now.
No. Just let me go over, buddy.
I don't want to fight you.
I'm not gonna fight.
You're resisting already.
No, I'm not. I just want you to let me go.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can.
You're getting recorded.
That's fine.
How can I just let you go knowing you're intoxicated?
No, I said I was gonna go and just.
Brian, it's not like it's a road beer or two.
No,
You're
I'm just
smashed.
gonna go rest and I will be on my way.
We can't. We're done with that.
Guys, come on.
As the officers mentioned, everything is being recorded, and that's without a doubt the main reason why they are doing the right thing. What's interesting is to see how when Brian is told that he'll be arrested, he shortly says, "No, I won't," thinking his title will be enough. So far, the charges Brian has accumulated up until now are multiple, and finally, after 10 minutes since the interaction started, Officer Zachary has had enough and takes Brian out of the car.
No.
We just have to. Out.
Brian, go.
No, hold on, guys.
Brian.
One more time.
Step out of the vehicle.
No,
Brian.
one more time.
Step
okay?
out
You're
of the
going to
vehicle.
get a fucking taser.
No, one
Step
more
out
time.
of the vehicle.
Can we talk about it?
Step out of the vehicle.
17, step it up.
Can we talk about it? Guys.
Step out of the vehicle.
You're getting a taser. Back up.
No.
Taser right now if you don't get out.
Make it work, okay?
Out. Right now. Go to the front of my car.
Having struggled and to no avail, Detective Morrison warns the lieutenant that he'll be tasered before Brian finally complies and steps out of the vehicle. The lieutenant is seen staggering and swaying from side to side, clearly showing how drunk he is. He was then searched and asked if he was going to do a sobriety test, but of course, dealing with a drunk cop is not an easy task.
Can I just pull off?
No.
Come on.
You're going to do field sobriety test for me.
No, just let me pull
Brian, we're done with this.
Hold on.
Talk to me. Yes or no? Are you doing field sobriety tests?
All right, so if this was the other situation, what would you do?
I'm in a horrible situation.
I know, just let me...
If I was drunk in your position and
I'm
you
not
pulled me over, I'd feel horrible. But I'm not going to resist.
I didn't resist.
We forcefully out to
Yeah, I
you
thought
out
I
of
was
this
trying to
vehicle.
make a deal.
Okay.
Just let me go. I will...
Yes or no? Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
I just want to sleep it off.
Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
Can we just sleep it off?
No, we can't sleep it off. Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
I don't know. Come on, buddy.
It's a yes or no question.
It's not. Let's just sleep it off. Okay?
No. Are you
I
going
will
to
just...
Brian, are you going to do a field sobriety test? Yes or no?
Just let me...
No. We're not doing this way.
Brian is asked again if he's willing to do a sobriety test, but he hasn't yet given a proper answer. What he's given instead is a statement that a police officer should never say in a situation like this.
Yes or no? We're going to do field sobriety.
No, just let me... Oh my gosh.
I take that as a no.
I'm on your side.
You're on my side, then do the sobriety test. It's a
No,
yes.
I'm not on your side. If you're on my side, you'd let me just go...
I'm doing my job, you know that.
Yeah, and I'm doing my job too.
Okay.
Immediately after, Officer Zachary informs him that he's being put under arrest since he refuses to do the sobriety tests.
If you're not going to do field sobriety test, turn around, place your hands in your back, you're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You are under arrest.
No, don't.
You are under arrest. Don't resist, Brian.
No.
Come on.
Come on. Okay, stop.
You're
Stop.
under. You're not
No,
going to.
I'm not resisting, but don't. Let's stop.
You're
Let's talk
tensed
about
up.
it. Let's talk about it. Okay.
We've talked.
No.
You're under arrest.
No,
Place your hands behind your back.
No.
Don't make it even worse.
No, I'm not. Let's talk about it. Let's just.
No. Stop. I don't want to put you on the ground.
No.
I don't want to make this
to.
worse.
All right, I will just sleep it off.
You're.
Dude.
Stop it right now. You know.
Stop tensing up, man.
I'm not.
Stop it. You are getting handcuffs on because you're fighting us the entire time.
I want to talk to you guys.
Brian refused to take sobriety tests and was then handcuffed and arrested. As Brian was being led to the back of the officer's car, he brought up something that would incriminate just about anybody in that situation if not well handled.
So, what do we got to talk about?
Well, not much talking about. You know what happens. We're going to take you to the jail and ask for a data master. And if you refuse that, we're going to get a search warrant for your blood. Take you to the hospital and get blood.
All right, so let's make a deal.
Oh.
Okay?
What kind of deal do you want to make?
A cop to a cop? That's what the deal's about.
A cop to a cop. Why are you putting me in that situation?
Why are you putting me in that situation?
I didn't drink.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't drive drunk.
Okay. I got a lot going on in my life, and I said...
We all have a lot going on in our lives.
Somehow, Brian had forgotten he was being recorded and mentioned that they have a cop to a cop deal, something that has clearly been previously discussed between officers and is known about in their circle. But Deputy Morrison wasn't going to let the super drunk lieutenant drag him down with him.
You're going to sit in the back of my car.
No, just...
There's no about it. You were sitting back in my car. Okay,
No, let's talk
step
about
back.
it. No, I'm not going to fight, but...
Have a seat.
No, let's talk about it.
Have a seat. We've tried talking. You don't want to talk. You didn't want to talk.
No, you don't want to
So,
talk. I said I would hang out on the
Have
side
a
of
seat.
the road.
Brian.
And I would go to...
have a
Please.
seat.
Just take a seat.
No.
You come on. You're not.
No.
You're. Any other person's gonna get an R&O charge. You know this.
I don't know.
Have a seat.
No.
Hey, watch your head.
Have a
Duck
seat.
your head, please.
No. Guys, let's talk about it, okay?
I've tried.
No,
Have
we
a
have
seat.
not talked.
Brian continued to argue with the officers, and that was when they proceeded to use force.
Let's talk about it, buddy.
Sit down and we'll talk.
No, we won't.
Okay, then sit down and we won't talk, regardless of anything. Sit down.
Have a seat.
Stop, guys.
Have a seat. Watch your head.
Oh.
In my car.
No, stop. I'm not going to fight.
I guess grab his shoulder and start pulling him. Brian, please don't kick me. That's all I'm gonna ask.
No, no.
Bring your foot in and sit upright. There's one, there's two, and sit.
Stay right here.
No.
Yes.
Just let...
Brian, don't.
Stop.
Brian was finally forced into the back seat of the police cruiser and was then taken back to the sheriff's office, where his blood alcohol content registered at 0.27, which is triple the limit of 0.08. Brian, a 21-year veteran of the department, was placed on unpaid administrative leave during the internal investigation and is now employed on a conditional basis, working in a support role with reduced pay, which translated means he got let off the hook because of his position. If you agree that these cops should get actual charges like everyone else, cops and law enforcement officials have the duty to keep people safe, and they take an oath to protect those who need it. But some of them don't seem to care. Here is one of the most shocking and disturbing cases I've ever seen when police officers arrest an innocent and defenseless disabled man. Kenneth Skeens is a former Albuquerque police officer who was involved in the unlawful arrest of a disabled man who was at a Target store, and because he had been taking too long to purchase his groceries, the staff decided to call the police on him.
Go ahead and grab all your money. Let's walk out, okay? Take your money out. Do you want to walk? Let's walk you out, or you want to walk? Go ahead and put your money out. I'm going to move this back, okay? Just come in with us, okay? You gotta go. Gotcha.
After seeing him struggle, the officers approached the man and demand he take all of his money and come with them. The only thing, however, is that the customer is disabled. His slurred speech is noticeable, but the officers seem to not care.
You're coming with us now, okay? So go ahead and grab your money, sir. We'll be walking out, okay? Go ahead and pick your money up. So we're going to grab your money up for you. Do you want to walk? Let's walk you out. We're leaving, okay? And we're going to get your money up, okay? You're going to lose your criminal trespasses so you can't come back to the city, okay?
I was just getting my money out because I just was getting
So go ahead and grab your money, sir. We'll get your money. Put it in your pouch.
Can I please hurry?
So we're going to grab the money for you, okay?
Can I please? I got all the
We're
money.
leaving, okay?
The officers grab the customer's money as he tries to explain he was just making a purchase. They are seen talking to the customer at the same time, which can be confusing to the disabled customer to catch on to. Not only that, but everything that follows could have easily been avoided had the officers just helped him right away to purchase what he was buying.
You're going to be identified, okay? We're not going to get you criminal trespasses. That's okay. Come back and walk out, okay?
I'm calling 911. I was just getting money out because I don't want to lose it. I got my I'm calling 911.
That's okay. We're walking out. Walking out. We'll just grab you.
I got my no,
Sit down, man.
I said to
We're not playing with you, man. Sit down.
I'm calling 911.
I'll try to get in with us,
I
okay?
ain't hitting anyone. You're so cheap.
Alright, can I do anything?
not giving you any idea.
The disabled man shows how he cannot distinguish between a store security guard and the police and proceeds to dial 911, refusing to answer any questions or provide his ID. The officers then do not let him complete his call and proceed to arrest him.
Yeah, talk to me.
Alright, you got an ID on you, man?
Not giving you any idea.
If you don't identify yourself, you're under arrest, okay? Which is it going to be?
You're not police.
Yes, we are.
Yes,
We're out
we are.
here.
No, you're not. You're security.
No,
You got your pen and pad?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So what's your name, man?
None of your business.
Alright, then you're under arrest. Go ahead, put your hands behind your back. You're refusing to identify yourself, correct?
Who you calling, man? You ain't even
He's
pressed
calling
call
911. That's what he said anyway. So yeah, just go ahead and put him in handcuffs because he's refusing to identify himself.
yet. Okay, hold on.
I was just paying. I was just had my stuff locked in my fanny pack. And the security guards came, and I didn't take more time than anyone else. The other ones before me.
Here, they explain how they're arresting him for not identifying himself, which, as we saw in our past videos, is absolutely illegal, telling him he's trespassing and could not come back to the store again.
So now you're going to be charged, okay, with concealing identity, resisting officers, okay?
No,
And you're going to be trespassed so you can never come back here again, okay?
Stand up.
No, that's not right. I was just paying my things.
Henry,
And I didn't know you were police officers.
yes, we told you that already.
I didn't see your badge.
Okay, well, we told you, right?
You
We
were.
all have badges. It's not our fault you didn't look, man.
The officers then explain how Target doesn't want the man over at their store anymore, just because he was taking longer than usual to finish his purchase and that he was now trespassing.
The reason to talk to you was they didn't want you in there no more, okay? So we have the reason. We asked you your name. You didn't give us your name. That's
What was
concealing
the
identity.
reason?
They didn't want you there, and they have that right as the business not to want you there anymore. Okay? So what you need to do, we're gonna help you stand up. We're gonna put you in that patrol unit over there. Okay? Sound good?
No, it don't sound
Well, that's what's gonna happen.
good. Hey, go.
He already hung the phone.
I didn't do nothing.
Having him put under arrest, they proceed to drag the man back to the car where they check him for any weapons.
Stand up. You didn't believe us?
You look like security guard.
Go over here. Don't resist anymore. Stop.
Just walk, man.
No.
Just walk.
No.
Alright, we gotta search you, okay? You got anything on you that's gonna poke us, cut us, or hurt us?
Yeah, I got a couple of knives.
You got a couple of knives on you?
Yeah.
Any needles?
I didn't do nothing. I was just about to pay my money in the automated system. I was putting my money in, and you came into, and you pulled me out. You without even identifying you.
That's
And then
different,
you
sir. We can't separate now. Reference the subject's highway 39.
said later you said you were a
Alright, sir.
police officer.
Don't make movements, man.
If this wasn't enough, Officer Skeens is then recorded casually whistling around as if the situation couldn't be worse already. Not long after, as Officer Skeens searches the man's pockets, the man tries asking for proof that they are the police, which the officers are obliged to do upon request. Officer Skeens disregards the request and says the man has to take their word for it.
We told you what's going on. Stop.
I didn't
I'm
know
done
that
with
thing.
you. Stop.
Didn't explain it.
Separate your feet.
You didn't show me your badge.
I didn't have to. We identified ourselves.
You did that.
Well, we are cops, so we are police officers, so
You didn't
that don't
give me
matter.
any proof. You didn't show me
you don't
your
need proof.
badges.
We told you who we were.
I've had security guards tell me they were police.
Well, then, sorry those security guards told you that, but
We are actual law enforcement officers. Okay, man?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
because
yeah.
somebody's not to believe you.
separate your feet.
So, let me ask you this. You know we're cops now, right? Do you want to identify yourself?
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Do you have an ID anywhere? Where's your ID at?
She has a lot of.
What's your name? Tell me your name. You gonna tell me anything, man?
Not trying to get a lawyer.
Well, that sucks to suck, man.
I have to say anything.
Well, you have to identify yourself still.
No, I have the right to remain silent.
Not when it comes to your name.
No, that's
you do, but that's why now you're going to jail for concealing identity.
The officer handcuffs the man and takes his money as he puts him in the police car, the man still explaining he had done nothing wrong and questioning his arrest, but to no avail as the officers ignore him.
Yeah, he's good.
I didn't do anything.
Step in, man. That's fine. Go ahead and take a seat in this vehicle.
Pick up my papers.
Yeah, we'll take them out, man. Go ahead and take a step in the vehicle.
Okay, pick them up.
Put your feet in. Don't catch a felony charge by hitting me or anything. Step in.
Just make it easy.
But I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong at all. All I was paying for my things.
Yeah, it was explained to you.
And you had to cut off one of my fanny packs. You know, you saw how hard it is to get my money out. And I was trying to get my money out, and I got it all out. And then you came, and I thought you were a security guard.
Having this footage gone public, Officer Skeens was finally fired and charged with false imprisonment, perjury, making a false report, and battery for his handling and arrest of the disabled customer.
What lawful basis was there for you to ask for her ID?
I don't know.
In order to detain somebody, what do you have to have legally? Do you know?
I do not know the law legally.
Okay. Doesn't there have to be reasonable suspicion that the person committed a criminal offense or violated a law?
Because I don't know the law exactly.
You don't know when an officer is allowed to detain somebody?
This is Sergeant Jennifer Larson and Lieutenant Donald Milazzo, both police officers that had served for over 20 years, being deposed for the illegal apprehension and arrest of a woman named Samantha, aka Pink Camera Magic, on YouTube, who had been recording at the Cook County Courthouse building from outside.
Hey ma'am, you know this is a public building?
Exactly, that's why I'm recording it.
It's also a court facility?
Yep.
Which there is a judicial law or judicial order that says that you cannot tape this building.
Can I see that order?
Yes, come on in. We're going to check your IDs too.
Oh, no, I'm not going in.
Oh yeah, no. We're going to run you too.
No, that's all
We're
right.
going to get your name. We're going to do a report and everything. So come on in.
No.
No, yeah, you're going to come in now.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
Because right now you are doing something suspicious.
That's not a reason to detain anybody.
Well, it is for Dana. Come on.
It's really not.
Let's go
so
inside
I'm just going
now.
to stay here and continue recording.
Okay. You're going to come in and we're going to find out who you are and what you're doing here.
No, you're not.
Okay. All right, who's got cuffs? She does not want to go agreeably.
The interaction begins with Lieutenant Milazzo approaching Samantha and stating that she can't record in a public building, and that is enough reason for him to detain her as she didn't provide her ID. But what Milazzo doesn't know is that what he's doing is actually illegal, as it is completely legal to take photographs or film public places in all states unless oral conversations are recorded, which is not the case here.
Okay.
I'm being detained for just taking pictures of the building.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing something suspicious, and we need to know who you are and why you're doing it. Okay?
Are you familiar with the First Amendment?
Yes. I am.
Really?
Let's go in. Come on.
Wow.
I tried to do this nicely. You are aware of Homeland Security, right?
After noticing multiple times that he was being recorded, Milazzo finally decided to aggressively grab Samantha's camera with which she was recording him, to later detain her and take her inside.
A lawyer.
Okay, call your lawyer.
That includes my camera as far as consent.
Well, it's already on.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
Oh, great. Why do we always get the crazy?
I don't know.
That second person in the scene, the one wearing the body cam, is Sergeant Jennifer Larson, and what she and Lieutenant Milazzo don't seem to realize is that what they are doing is absolutely outside the boundaries of the law, and that Samantha knows that. Denying yet again showing her ID, Samantha notices that Lieutenant Milazzo is doing something shady with her camera.
Did you delete my footage?
Do you want to cooperate or not?
I'm remaining silent.
It is only making it worse. Do you want to give us an ID?
I'm remaining silent. I don't consent to searches.
We're not going to search you. We're asking you for an ID.
If this wasn't enough, the officers then mockingly laugh at her after she invokes her right to remain silent.
What the f*** is going on today?
I don't know.
Every crazy loon in the building is coming. All we're asking is an ID.
We're asking for an ID.
We'll do a report. You can go on your way with your camera. Otherwise, I'm going to confiscate the camera, and we're going to take it downstairs
For what crime?
and print you. Because you're suspicious.
I'm remaining silent.
Seeing no cooperation on her side, the officers then decide to give Samantha an ultimatum in an attempt to finally settle the situation.
Okay, this is your choice. You can either give us an ID so that we could do a report on this and find out who you are, or we're going to take you in front of the presiding judge. He's going to hold you in contempt, which means that he can hold you for as long as he wants.
I'm remaining silent.
Okay, let's do it.
10 minutes went by, and then Lieutenant Milazzo finally came back with news, or better called threats, against Samantha, who, as everyone should do, just remained in silence.
Okay,
Yes.
we're going to probably take her in front of the judge.
Okay.
He's going to hold her in contempt for, I think right now he's doing 90 days.
Okay.
So, is that okay with you?
Remaining silent.
Okay, but you realize you're going to go to Cook County Jail for 90 days.
Remaining silent.
Okay?
Okay.
Now you have an option. All you have to do is show us an ID so that we can do a report, and we'll let you go on your way.
I have an option?
Yeah.
We told you that
Remaining
before.
silent.
Because right now you're just obstructing and you're in contempt.
Obstructing what?
You're obstructing us from doing our job.
I'm remaining silent.
All right, cuff her. Let's get her purse.
Ken.
Get her stuff.
I don't consent to searches.
Well, we don't care anymore. Okay?
Samantha was finally handcuffed and arrested for obstruction to later be freed without any charges. But what the officers are unaware of is that not only did they commit an illegal act, but multiple: unlawful detainment, intimidation, illegal arrest, dereliction of duty, unlawful search and destruction of private property. Shortly after, Samantha was able to hire one of the best lawyers in the country and sued Cook County for multiple civil rights violations. The case has been going on for a few years now, and the conclusion is not yet known, but a part of all of this that we have is the following footage of both the deposition of Lieutenant Milazzo and Sergeant Jennifer Larson. What unfolded in the following never-before-seen footage is one of the biggest and most shocking proofs of ignorance of the law and ineptitude in police history.
Is it against the law to take pictures of a courthouse from outside?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is it lawful to arrest somebody for taking pictures outside of a courthouse, of the courthouse?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is there something
Keep your voice up, please.
Okay, sorry.
So I gotta get every word because it's on video.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this case at all?
Which case?
The case that brings us here today, that you're testifying in?
Yes.
Okay, and in a nutshell, what's the case about?
I would say that Amanda is, I guess I called you to say that she was outside videoing when she shouldn't have been. So she's saying we violated her amendment rights.
You're correct. When you say when she shouldn't have been, what does that mean? Was she doing something wrong?
Just something unusual, what us as officers would consider unusual.
Unusual, okay.
Having shown zero knowledge of the law, Samantha's lawyer then decides to push Sergeant Jennifer further to try to make her slip even more.
Depending on where you are in the country, Mormons are unusual, right? Depending on where you are, it might be unusual to see a Mormon. Do you get to detain Mormons in those places?
I don't know if people detain Mormons. I don't know if they detain Mormons.
Would it be lawful? Just because it's unusual?
No, I don't.
Okay. Is there something unlawful about recording outside of a building?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Let me ask you this. Was Miss doing anything illegal when she was detained?
No, I would say it was not illegal, unusual.
Talking about unusual things, the statement that follows is something a police officer should never even be allowed to say.
In order to detain somebody, what do you have to have legally? Do you know?
I do not know the law legally.
And if you still think that at least Lieutenant Milazzo knew what he was doing, well, you're wrong.
What would you do if one of those people said to you, what's the difference between arrest and detain? What would your answer be?
We'd call legal.
Mr. Gorman, seated to your left?
No. Sheriff has their own legal.
Oh, okay. Their own legal who helps them understand things like the difference between arrest and detain?
Yes.
Gotcha. Was there a lawful basis to handcuff her?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that lawful basis?
Officer safety.
Here, Lieutenant Milazzo has just confirmed not to know the difference between an arrest and a detainment, an occasion in which, if they need help, he indicates they just go ahead and call the office's lawyer to help them. The question remains then, how can someone work 27 years as a police officer and not know the law?
Did you have any reasonable suspicion that she was committing a crime?
We had reasonable suspicion to ask her what she was doing and why she was doing it, just to get who she was and why.
You and I agree on that you had the right to ask her whatever you wanted to ask her. Did you have the right to put her in handcuffs?
Officer safety.
For the security of the officers, yes.
Okay. What made her a threat?
Her refusing to give any information that was requested of her.
Was she legally obligated to give that information?
When an officer has asked her for security purposes to give her identity up, yes, we do have the right to ask for an identity of somebody for our safety.
20 years of service, and Sergeant Larson believes that she's not safe unless she runs your name. Not the kind of cop I would like to encounter if I'm being pulled over.
Have you ever heard of something called a Terry search or a Terry frisk?
I have.
Okay, what is that?
I'm not going to say exactly. I don't know the law.
Okay.
Seeing how she has no clue of anything related to law, Samantha's lawyer then decides to make up a hypothetical scenario to further prove his point on how wrong the arrest was.
Police officer goes over to somebody on the street. Let's call the person Mr. Plaintiff.
Okay.
Police officer goes to Mr. Plaintiff and says, hey, let me see your ID. And Mr. Plaintiff says, no. Is the officer now allowed to put Mr. Plaintiff in handcuffs and detain him?
I object. It's a hypothetical. It calls for speculation.
Yeah.
You can answer.
Okay. I do believe, yes, for officer safety, they do have the right.
Doesn't there have to be reasonable suspicion that the person committed a criminal offense or violated a law?
I don't know the law exactly.
At least we saw so far how Jennifer takes responsibility and accepts that she doesn't know the law, in big contrast to her lieutenant, who instead pretends not to understand any of the questions the lawyer asks and makes fun of the situation.
If you could go back in time to the day that you arrested her, would you still arrest her?
So you're asking me if I can go back in time?
Yeah.
I don't know how I could do that.
Okay, did you understand my question?
I did, and you're asking me to suppose whether or not I can go back in time. I can't.
So you can't tell me if you would still arrest her?
I can't tell you what would happen on that day if I went back in time, no.
Okay. Is this an attempt to be funny?
Not a bit.
Are you trying to answer my questions?
I'm trying to answer your question.
You really can't figure this out because you can't wrap your head around time travel.
I'm gonna object. Again, I'm gonna object. It's getting to be harassing again. Is this what the question is? Hypothetical time travel backwards?
Is that really how you interpreted the question also?
Is that what you're asking? If he could go back in time, would he do it differently? Is that not what you're asking?
Yeah, that is what I asked him.
Going back to Sergeant Jennifer, the interrogation continues and her responses don't get any better as time goes on.
Is there any reasonable suspicion that she was committing a crime, yes or no?
We weren't sure what she was doing.
Okay, so if you don't know what somebody's doing, do you have reasonable suspicion that they're doing anything in particular?
No, but we have a reasonable response to ask what she was doing?
Right. Agreed. You could ask her what she's doing. And when she refuses to answer, are you now allowed to detain her?
Yes.
Who told you this? That you get to detain people who are videoing and refuse to identify themselves when asked?
That is the face of someone getting caught, being held accountable, and humiliated for their illicit actions. Despite always refusing to admit that she had done wrong, everything was captured on camera and the answer is clear as water at this point. But this is not over, as in complete opposite to Sergeant Larson, Lieutenant Milazzo wasn't going to go down without a fight.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment, by the way?
Vaguely.
What does it say in your own vague terms?
No illegal search and seizure.
Right. Unless there's
probable cause.
Or?
Okay. That's about all I know.
Okay, all right, good enough. You said that's about all I know. All right, now, there was somebody else who asked you the same question that I just asked you about your familiarity with the Fourth Amendment, who's in this room right now. Do you know who that person was? My client. Ms. asked you that, didn't she?
I don't recall.
She asked you, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment? You don't remember that?
No.
Lieutenant Milazzo admits not to recall neither the location in which this happened nor who actually asked him, when in reality, all of us know that it was Samantha and he's just playing dumb, and everything was recorded as we saw before.
I talked to a lawyer.
Okay, call your lawyer.
That includes my camera as far as consent.
Well, it's already on.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
Oh, great. Why do we always get the crazy?
I don't know.
After recalling the incident, the lawyer brings up his offensive comment towards Samantha at the time.
If I tell you that your answer was, oh great, why do we always get the crazies, would you dispute that?
No.
Does that sound like something you would say to somebody?
That's something I did say that day, yes.
So you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in response to the question, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
No, I just remember saying it.
Why is it that you felt she was one of the crazies?
When people act in a way that is not in their best interest.
How is she acting that was not in her best interest?
Well, at any time, all she had to do was identify herself. We could have done our report. You have an option. All you have to do is show us an ID so that we could do a report, and we'll let you go on your way. And everything could have gone the own.
And if somebody were to threaten you that unless you comply with their demands, they're going to put you in handcuffs, would you automatically necessarily comply with their demands?
Yes.
No, object.
You would.
Calls for speculation.
He was able to answer. So you would. So even if there's somebody who is acting as a law enforcement officer, giving you an unlawful order, threatening you with detainment or arrest or 90 days jail, if you don't comply with their unlawful demands, you would still comply?
Yes.
Alrighty. Is that what you expected her to do, to comply?
Yes.
Having heard multiple times the need for a person to identify himself when requested by a police officer, the lawyer then decides to question Lieutenant Milazzo further in the topic.
Is there a law that requires people to identify themselves when requested by law enforcement?
I don't know.
And when asked if he had deleted the files from his camera, he blatantly denies it, despite it all having been recorded by the body cam the sergeant had at the moment.
Did you delete her pictures?
No.
Who did?
Don't know.
You don't know who deleted her pictures?
No.
By the time you got in front of Judge Peter Felice, they were deleted, weren't they?
As far as I know, they were still on there.
You grabbed her camera away from her outside, did you not?
Yes.
From that point until you were in front of Judge Peter Felice, did she ever hold her camera again?
No.
Okay, so you had it the entire time?
Yes.
Didn't Judge Peter Felice talk to you about whether the pictures had been deleted?
He asked for the the memory thing so he could delete them.
He asked for the memory thing so he could delete them. Not only did Milazzo prove the lawyer's point of the pictures being deleted, but he also had just involved a judge in the same illicit act he's being accused for.
You just said that he asked you for the memory card because he wanted to delete the pictures. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And if he were to testify at some point in time that he absolutely, categorically did not delete those pictures, then would you want to change your answer as to whether you or one of your people did?
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
No one had custody of the camera but me.
Okay. Would it have been lawful for you to delete her pictures?
I don't know.
But what do you think? Are you allowed to go over to people's pictures and delete them?
No.
Without a court order?
No.
All right. That would be a violation of which amendment? Do you know?
No.
If up until now he had been able to resist when questioned about his unlawful actions against Samantha when she requested a lawyer after being arrested, was the last nail in the coffin for Lieutenant Milazzo.
What do you do if somebody says they want to talk to a lawyer and you have them in handcuffs?
We allow them to call a lawyer.
Do you keep asking them questions?
Depends on the case.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Tell me the case in which you would continue to ask questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer.
If we're doing an investigation, we're going to ask.
I got you. Okay. Do you know which amendment it is that allows people to demand a lawyer? Do you have any idea?
No.
Have you ever read anybody the Miranda rights?
No.
You've never read anybody their Miranda rights?
No.
Have you ever arrested anybody?
No.
Other than Ms. Berquist?
No.
And you don't know the Miranda rights?
Not offhand, no.
All right. When you arrest somebody, do you have to advise them that they have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that they have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that if they cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if somebody says, yes, I want to talk to an attorney? Do you get to keep asking them questions? Or do you have to call a lawyer for them before you want to ask any more questions?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know if you're allowed to keep asking questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer?
No.
How long have you been employed at Cook County Sheriff's?
27 years.
27 years. I imagine you only became a lieutenant recently?
No.
How long ago did you become a lieutenant?
22 years ago.
You've been a lieutenant for 22 years and you don't know the Miranda rights?
Yes.
The case remains open, but this is immaculate evidence proving how evil and corrupt cops are everywhere. But what happens when they actually get caught?
I would love to know who called.
Here are 3 shocking examples of when corrupt cops get arrested, starting with New Jersey Police Lieutenant John A. Chu, who on the afternoon of April 27, 2018, had been driving in his truck erratically on Breakwater Road towards Route 9 and almost crashed multiple times. Police officers were later called by concerned neighbors, but when they arrived at the scene, they would never have expected their boss to be the one causing the trouble.
What's up, LT?
Hey, LT, how you doing?
Somebody called it on you driving erratic.
Erratic driver.
Headed home?
Hey, I'm sorry to bother you. My mic's live, just so you know, at this point. I mean, my camera. We had an erratic driver call. Lieutenant Chu.
After recognizing who they were dealing with, the officer then goes on his radio and makes the report, not without mentioning that his mic is on as well as his camera, meaning that everything they will be doing is being recorded.
Did you see who was... Did you tell him to stand by?
Having shown concern for who it is that they're dealing with, the officers then mention the body cams they have, and one of them decides to turn it on after having turned it off once he saw the lieutenant.
You on?
Yes. You? You're not. Turn it on.
I switched the cameras out.
What did he say? I was behind him. I was behind you. Did you get any? Yes. We gotta do what we gotta do.
We gotta do what we gotta do is one of the main reasons as to why body cams exist in the first place. If there had not been any, what happened in the following minutes would have definitely not been the same.
We're gonna have to lock him up. He's 450, dude. You told him to just hang tight. You didn't observe any alcohol in the thing or anything. I know you probably don't. It's a high truck. Is there an odor yet or anything?
No.
You didn't get an odor? All right. I gotta call Edwards. Just to let him know I can't pick him up. We're gonna have to pull him out. Hey, I'm gonna be late picking. I'm not gonna be able to pick you up. Can you drive in? We have an incident. Now my mic's live. We're on a 38 right now with someone we work with. Hang on one second. We had an erratic driver call. Lieutenant Chu. We pulled him over. We're doing some investigation right now. I'm waiting for Lieutenant Forde coming back. So I'm going to be late picking up, obviously. If you could drive in. All right, thanks.
Can we shut these off for a conference real quick?
Hang on.
After trying to reach out to another lieutenant to figure out what to do, and talking to another police officer and explaining the situation, the police officer at the scene asks if they can turn the body cams off for a conference, which of course is not true, and it's just an attempt to not do what they have to do in this case.
Yeah, we're not going to mute our cameras at all or anything. Okay. Absolutely. Yep. All right, see ya. We're going to have to pull him out. We can't mute our cameras. We can't do anything. Let's hope. Hopefully he's all right. Safe to drive. Edwards is coming in. Come on.
Finally, after 5 minutes since they pulled him over, they are finally confronting Chu as they should have done from the start.
Hey, LT. So we had the erratic driver call on you. I just knew she's had some observation. We have to handle this like anything else. He's gonna ask you to step out. We already talked to Lieutenant Brioli. All right. He's gonna make sure you're safe to operate the vehicle. Okay?
I just drive half a mile.
I understand, but everything's recorded now, sir. You know that. We got to handle it how we have to handle it. Trust us. We don't want to be put in this position either.
No. I get it.
Can you step out, sir? He's just going to talk to you. You know how it is. He's going to ask you some questions, make sure you're all right.
I'm fine.
Having finally confronted him, Lieutenant Chu is then tested for DUI, which, to the surprise of no one, he fails absolutely, not even being able to put one foot in front of the other. Then, when he's faced with another test, which consists of raising one of your legs and holding the position for a few seconds, he seems to have had enough.
Hands together, feet down at your side. You're gonna raise either leg of your choice. Approximately. You're gonna keep your foot parallel to the ground. And you're going to count 1001, 1002, 1003. While you're counting, I want you to look down to your toe, keep both knees locked out. You understand? You know what?
Hold on, LT. You don't want to complete the test?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't want to complete the test, sir?
No.
All right. Sir, you know we don't want to be put in this position.
You know what, John? I get it.
You don't have your weapon on you or anything? You don't have any firearms?
No, it's shit.
No, it's stuff I got to ask, sir. Or LT.
Shit, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Seeing no way around it, and especially since they are being recorded, the officers then decide to notify Chu that he'll be detained.
Your observations. LT, we're gonna have to bring you in and put you on the box based on the test. You know we don't want to do this. We have to do everything's recorded. You understand that?
No, I get that.
Both officers are extremely hesitant to even dare apprehending Lieutenant Chu at this point, most likely fearing to lose their jobs in the aftermath, especially since Chu is capable of saying things like this.
I would love to know who called.
You can find that out. You know that. You can find out. I don't know who called. I do not know, but you know you'll be able to find that out.
I'll tell you at this point, our hands are tied. I mean, I hope you understand.
I totally get it.
And we don't want to make the situation any worse, sir.
No, listen,
you know?
I
know you're not gonna
make it worse.
I understand that. I know you wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. If we can get you in the back of the car, get you out of here.
Let me ask you this. Can I have 20 minutes?
Sir, you know we cannot do that. Everything is, sir, everything's on
No, I
camera.
get it. I totally get it.
See, people are starting to drive by. LT, let's get you out of here, okay? Can you come with us?
Yeah.
After such tension in the interaction, Lieutenant Chu is finally about to be detained, but he yet again refuses to give in.
Let's go in the back of Mike's car. We'll get you out of here. Make sure
you know what?
What's up? I can't let you get in the car. You know that.
Well, then you drive it.
Well, if you have someone on scene, we can get it. I see Mr. Eccles here. We can try to get him to
drive my truck home, please.
The keys are in it. We'll handle that. LT, we'll handle that. All right. Do the front and search them. Don't put them in the back. I'm saying you can cuff them in the front.
If that wasn't enough, Lieutenant Chu even dares to sit in the front seat of the car, completely ignoring the gravity of the matter and thinking himself above the law.
LT, you know you can't do that, sir. We can't have you in the front seat.
I can't have you in the front seat.
We're not going to cuff you in the back, okay? We're going to do it in the front, all right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, sir, you understand this. You would hate to be in our position too. John, please, John. Please, John. John, please. We'll get you the help you need. Let's just, come on. You know we don't want to do this to you. All right, but we gotta get you. We gotta get this process up. People are starting to calm. We're all gonna get. You know what? Other people
John,
responding out here. Sir, I would like you. This is what's gonna happen. We're gonna get you behind this door so no one sees. Mike's gonna put the cuffs on you in the front, in the back.
No, there's no cuffs.
Yeah, what to do? We have policies and procedures. Let me call the LT. You can shut the door for now.
Lieutenant Chu is finally detained and put in the car. In the meantime, Officer John calls another lieutenant to find out the right procedure in this special case. It is then that Chu is handcuffed, but not like everyone else, as in his case, he's cuffed in the front.
We got cuffed in the front. We can do it in the front, but we gotta do it. LT, we just talked to Lieutenant Perdue. We have to, in the front, we'll do it right here. Don't have to do it behind your back. Okay? Please cooperate
John,
with us.
come on.
John, we don't want this to turn into anything more. You know that. We don't want it, but we cannot lose our jobs. You understand, sir? You're my first sergeant. Thank you. I have to get it towed. I have to tell it. Oh, man. But we've had guys get these before and get back to work, just so you know.
Hopefully you'll get the help he needs.
I know. I hope so, too. It's terrible.
Love the guy, man. See him throw it all away.
Not long after, the officer read Chu his Miranda rights, and despite footage not being available, the report says that he lifted his middle finger towards both officers several times during this. Lieutenant Chu was finally put under arrest for DUI and for 450 subsequent to a call for an erratic driver complaint. Then, as his BAC reading ended up giving a 0.36%, which, in this case, is considered to be alcohol poisoning and a potential life-threatening condition, he was taken immediately to a hospital. Not long after, he was suspended from his duty and fired with a $700 fine. But if you thought corrupt cops trying to get away with their crimes is over, that's because you don't know Michael Kyle Dunn. Newton County Chief Deputy Michael Dunn had been driving before a police officer had just seen him swerve almost entirely off the road in rural Boone, Arkansas. This continued even after the officer got closer to him, so this being a suspicious and dangerous sign was enough reason for the officer to pull him over, but little did the officer know of who he was actually going against.
Hello? Hey. I'm Trooper Valentine, Arkansas State Police. Stopped because you look like you're having trouble controlling your vehicle. All right, what's going on? A lot. I got your arm? Okay, where is it? Huh? It's on your chest? Huh? Been drinking a little? Yeah. Okay. All right. Can I see your driver's license? So where are you coming from?
Just over Missouri.
Okay. How much have you had to drink?
Not much.
Okay. Well, is your vehicle off? Turn it off for me. All right. Go ahead and step out with me, okay? So you got a gun on you?
It's off.
It's off of you? Is it in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're a deputy?
I'm the chief deputy.
You're the chief? Okay. Well, so you know better.
I've had some bad times.
Okay. Well, I understand that. But, I mean, you know we can't be out driving if we've been drinking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I caught you coming back onto the highway back there. You almost hit a sign and then followed you for a little while, and you touched the yellow line twice, touched the white line twice, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to do some tests on you. All right. You know how all this is going to go. If you are impaired, there's nothing I can do for you. Okay?
Okay.
Because it's not, it wasn't my choice, whatever you've done. And, you know, my job's going to be on the line just like yours is, okay?
Having explained the situation and later discovering that Michael could be drunk, the officer puts him to do the appropriate sobriety tests regardless of his status, but clueless by thinking it would be that simple.
All right, go ahead and stand. All right, you gonna be all right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and stand up for me right here, okay, and face my car. Do you want to go through these tests, or you just want me to take you in? I won't take you to Newton. We're in Boone right now, so I'd be taking you to Boone. Okay. I know it sucks. All right, but like I said, it's not my choice.
Can't give me a break, man.
You know I can't. Absolutely can't. It's on camera. I can't do anything about it. I've got family out here on this highway. I'm sure you do too.
Seeing no other option, Chief Michael proceeded to try to come to an agreement with the officer in a bid to get himself out of trouble, but he was faced by a solid negative response, not because the officer couldn't do so, but because they were being recorded.
All right. So, again, it's up to you. But like I said, we can't sit here all day. So, either we can do some tests here, I can PBT you, we can see where you're at. You know the law, if you're under 8%. I mean, it's still up to me, you know, between 4% and 8%, whether I want to take you to jail or not. I do have some bad driving. If you're under 8%, I can work with you. If you got somebody that can come get you, we can go that route. Okay?
Seriously.
I can't do that. I can't, without testing you, yes, seriously. you know that I have no discretion when it comes to DWIs. No, it's not. We've got cameras, we've got everything else. It's not like it used to be.
Realizing that times now are different and it's not how it used to be, Michael knows he's in big trouble now.
Alright, do me a favor. Walk up this way. Go ahead and put your hands on my car. Alright, we're just going to go through this like we normally do. Yeah. I just got to follow policy, man. If I want them to back me up, I got to do what they want me to do. Alright? Go ahead and put your hands on there. Bring your feet backward toward me. No, put your hands on the car for me. Bring your feet back. Alright. So you don't have anything on you. Alright. I will do the professional courtesy if you want. We can, I can just cuff you in the front, sit you in the back of my car. You want to do that? Or you rather have them behind your back?
Cuff me. Seriously.
Like I said, it's policy.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
You want me to follow policy?
I think it's bullshit, by the way, but...
Okay.
Then, Michael is finally arrested and put in the back seat of the car.
Let's go. I'll follow you.
Just sit me in the back seat.
Yeah, we'll sit you in the back seat. Go ahead. Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead. We'll go on that side. No, go on the passenger side. You want me buckled?
Are you serious?
You don't want me buckled? I mean, that's up to you, I guess.
Man.
It's not my fault. Don't look at me like it.
No, it's my fault.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I do not want to do this to another law enforcement officer. I've always heard about it happening. Never wanted it to happen to me. Okay? But like I said, there's nothing I can do about it. Right? You understand that?
No, I do
not
understand. I know it's not on you.
Okay. If you were some other guy out here, driving around suspended, no job, whatever, I'd be doing the same thing.
Here, Michael has realized that he's done for professionally, but if that wasn't enough already, his wife's friend that came to pick up his truck brought him more bad news.
You can talk to him if you want.
Can you let me out, man? I mean...
Well, I don't want to do that, and I'm not saying you're going to run or do anything stupid, but,
This is ridiculous. And you are no better than Jamie Ralston. All she wants to say to you is for you to come get your stuff. Because if you cared about her, you wouldn't do this.
Finally, Dunn was fined $800 for refusing to do a chemical test of his breath. He resigned from his position as chief and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. But cops trying to use power in their favor doesn't stop here, it gets even worse. Pinellas County Deputy Sheriff Shelby Alyse Coniglio had been driving on the highway during the night of May 17, 2022, when a police officer decided to pull her over for going at 56 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone and driving erratically. After stopping her, the officer approached Alyse and asked her for her ID, never expecting that the first thing that she would say would be,
"Can I see your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance?"
I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
Okay.
And my driver's license, please?
Huh?
I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
Knowing that she doesn't have her driver's license, she immediately turns to her position as a county deputy in an attempt to be released. Little did she know of how bad things will turn to her in the end by having this attitude.
Do you have your license, registration? No? You don't? Do you have your ID on you? Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm a deputy, but...
Well, that's why I'm asking. Do you have any weapons on you?
I live right there.
Okay.
I would normally, but...
Do you have some kind of ID or anything on you?
My ID is not here, but I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
Okay. Do you have some kind of ID on you?
No. I was just driving that way. I dropped my friend off, and then I went this way because I live right there.
I get that, but I pulled you over because you were flying past everybody and you were...
No, I was just driving
Okay, when
the
I was
regular
pulling behind
way.
you, at this point you were going like 56 and a 40. You were flying.
No, I was not flying. I was just
Do you have your registration with your name on it or anything?
Well, this car is not mine, so...
Okay. Do you have anything with your name on it?
Having been asked to provide any type of identification multiple times and not providing one, Alyse finally finds her driver's license, but not her work license, so everything she's saying could be a lie.
Do you have your work ID?
No, it's at home in my cruiser.
Okay. Where do you live at?
I live at...
Okay. So not the address in your license?
No. I live right there.
Whose car is this?
My father's.
Then, as the first officer is running her ID and license plate, another male officer approaches Alyse and starts talking with her, and it's right here we can clearly see that she's definitely under the influence of something.
You say you were a deputy?
Yes.
Where at?
Dallas County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, you're with us? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How long you been with us?
5 years. I mean, I could get out, I could get in. I mean, you could come in.
No, you're good right now.
Listen, I'm
You're
just
good.
trying to, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do, whatever it
you're
is.
good.
I live at that light right there.
Gotcha.
So if you want to hang out, if you don't want to hang out,
Where are you coming from?
not even long. You know Gandy Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
I picked up someone, brought them over to their house, and then I was going back to my house.
Gotcha.
Because I am just living my life.
I gotcha.
And they actually live with Pinellas. And so I was like, oh, I'll bring you home.
Gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom. Easy.
Gotcha.
Espanol, but
Where from?
wait.
So you're Spanish?
Yeah,
From where?
you say where?
Mm-hmm.
Honey, you know you speak Spanish?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, Perué.
Ah, okay. I'm Dominican.
Dominican?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. No.
What's wrong with that?
Italiano, okay? And I only speak some Spanish,
Gotcha.
okay? For the most part, Italiano.
Gotcha.
But she pulled me over, I do what I want.
I got you.
But you're St. Pete, so it doesn't matter.
Not long after, Alyse is made to step out of the car for further questioning, and it's here when she finally realizes the big trouble she's into.
Can we step over here? Can you walk over? Are you able to walk over here?
Yeah, in the fucking...
Well, no, I just want to get on the sidewalk so we're not...
Shit.
Okay, all right. Talking to you, I am getting some signs of impairment. Okay, can I check your eyes real quick?
Really?
All right, I want to give you every chance to say that you're fine. Okay. So can I check your eyes real quick?
This is what we're going to do right now?
I don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice?
No.
And you pulled me over for going 10 miles over the speed limit?
You were going more than 10 over the speed limit. And
Really?
it's not just speed, it's also how you were driving.
No.
Look,
10 miles over the speed limit.
I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, unfortunately, we're past that point. You understand my position? All right. I want to give you every opportunity for you to show me that you're okay to drive. And I really hope that that's the results we get, okay? But at this point, I can't just look the other way.
That's where you're at right now?
Yeah. Can I check your eyes real quick?
This is how you're doing it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have a choice. It's
Yes,
the same
you do.
for anybody else.
No, yes, you do.
I can't treat anybody any differently.
Yes, you would.
No.
I wasn't in other people's lanes.
Okay. I'm not going to argue about that. There's dash cam video and all of that, okay? But we're past that point right now. The point is you were stopped. You're showing signs of impairment.
No, I'm not showing.
Okay. All right. I want to give you every opportunity to show that that's not the case.
I want to ask. What signs of impairment was I showing?
You've got bloodshot, watery eyes. You have slight speech.
Nope. I want to know.
Okay.
Pulling over. What was the signs of impairment?
I'm not gonna.
Because I do not have bloodshot, watery eyes. Because I have contact lenses in my eyes.
Okay.
I have contact lenses.
I'm not trying to argue with you. Okay. I'm hoping that you can show me that you're okay to drive. Okay. But I have to go forward with this. I have to at least investigate it.
No. I just want to know.
I explained to you. You smell very strongly of alcohol. Your movements have been very slow and fumbling. You have a very dazed facial expression. All these are signs of impairment. Okay? Again, if you're good to drive, perfect. But I have to investigate that.
And if you thought she would go down without a fight, you're in for a treat when you see how she reacts to the officer requesting her to do a sobriety test.
As I said, I'm just conducting an investigation at this point. I want to give you every opportunity. You're saying that you're fine. I want to give you every opportunity to show me that.
There's no way in hell. No way in hell.
Okay. Can I check your eyes real quick? Just make sure that you're okay?
You're gonna check it? No.
Ultimately, she agreed to do a sobriety test. She had her eyes checked, and now she's about to do the walk test, not without complaining about it.
Is she new?
Been here longer than I have.
Then why is she doing this? When I live right there. She doesn't care? She wants to people over?
I'm pretty sure that's not what she wants to do.
So, in the sense of being a deputy, with her doing this, what are your thoughts?
What do you mean?
In the fact of me acing this or not, it doesn't matter, right?
No, I mean that's the point of this, right? If you don't show signs of impairment while you do it, it's better for you. That's why we give you that option.
I'm still gonna be perfect for this.
There you go.
Because Alyse completely failed all of the sobriety tests the police officer did on her, she's questioned one more time about how much alcohol she had, but she refuses to give in.
How much did you have? Okay, so why do you smell like alcohol?
I do not smell like alcohol. I smell like pigment.
That's not pigment. That's very strong alcohol. And, I mean, you're a deputy, you know about HGN, okay? That's caused by alcohol. So, how much did you have to drink? Nothing? You don't want to be honest with me?
Seeing no cooperation on her side, Alyse is finally put under arrest. Alyse Coniglio ended up submitting to a breath alcohol test, and her BAC registered as 0.206%. She was fired the next day.
I am under arrest. Because I am under arrest. I am in handcuffs. I'm not free to leave. I'm not free to leave. Am I free to leave?
This is 70-year-old County Sheriff James Lujan being arrested by his own people for obstruction during an investigation being carried out against himself. An investigation that started when he harbored former city councilor Filipiak, who was being sought after by the Espanola Police Department for assaulting a man. But this chaotic and despicable situation didn't start here, but here.
You're in charge?
Yeah, yes.
Pull your people back. I'll bring him in.
Bring who in?
Filipiak? That's who you have a warrant for?
Right.
Pull everybody out. I'll bring them in.
I don't want to pull them out.
Huh?
I don't want to pull them back.
Excuse me?
On March 26, 2020, Espanola police finally issued a warrant for the arrest of Chacon. He hid in his residence, pretending to not be home.
No, so what happened is they were doing a search warrant because a little Jacob said that he got assaulted this morning. So we were doing a search warrant on that house, or one of those motorhomes. And then he shot one of his rifles. So then we came around this way, and right here on the other side where you have that like garage that's open, and then there's another garage, he was coming out with 3 rifles. So then he dropped them and then went back inside. And then he tried.
So how many rifles are in there?
Or do you guys have?
There's 3 that are there, and I know he has more.
How do you know he has more?
Because it's Phil.
No.
The officers, however, heard that he was home through the phone calls they made, but couldn't enter on the basis that Shakan was suspected to have multiple weapons on his person. During the standoff, Sheriff James Lujan suddenly shows up on the scene, reeking of alcohol, and demands the supervisor in charge to pull her men out and leave his men on the scene instead.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you. I will bring him in. Okay? We don't need to make this bigger than what it is.
Charles, 36 does go.
Hey, the sheriff just pulled in, and he's asking us to pull back, and he'll pull him in. But he's been drinking. I can smell it on him. We're gonna need somebody. Yeah. And we need to pull somebody over here, somebody above me, because he's already pushing his weight around with me. So. Okay.
Despite trying to impose his authority over the supervisor, she maintains her composure and decides not to pull back as requested.
The sheriff is here. He's trying to make us pull back, and he said he'll call him out, but we're not pulling back. He does know him, but he's not coming. We're not gonna pull back because he says so. No, it's not gonna happen. Just let you guys know, okay? Yeah. I'm getting hold of the chief now. We're not pulling back. Hi, I'm waiting for, I told Jeremy's calling Command 1 now. But do you smell it, or am I the only one who smells it?
Yeah, please do something about it.
Okay, right?
Hey, I know. We're here in Tabitha. I know, Tabitha. But hey, listen, Michelle's the supervisor in charge. Okay, I'm running the TAC team, the TAC plan. Okay, I know he just texted me. He's like, Tabitha's coming. Do me a favor. Okay, tell him to cooperate with me. Tell him to trust me. Okay, tell him to call me. I know. That's why we're here. Well, and then he shot while the cops were here. Tabitha, settle down. Okay, tell him to text me and call me. Okay. Okay, thanks. Bye. I'll call Command 1 now.
Yeah, do it.
Do something about that. You're the supervisor, so it's gonna be on you.
Right. But we can't.
I definitely smelled it really bad.
So did I.
So.
What?
How can he?
He can't be here.
At this point, everything looks extremely suspicious, and there's a clear confrontation between authorities. But what's more interesting is how the captain tries to turn off the supervisor's body cam to then ask how it is that Lujan got there in the first place. To make matters worse, Lujan then disobeyed city and state police and walked up to Shakan's residence into the hot zone of the scene with his phone in hand as if on a call with someone. Surprisingly, not long after this, Shakan left the residence and was finally put under arrest.
Yeah, you told me to,
I said,
22, get off and I'm gonna take over.
I have to keep this front door, by the way.
For what, front door?
His front door. His wife gave it to me.
Little did Lujan know, this had been his first step into prison. The following day, an investigation revealed that Shakan could possibly have a connection with a man named Ramon Vigil, who then was issued a search warrant for his phone in order to find valuable information to incriminate Shakan even further. Immediately after, police officers from the Española Police Department were dispatched to Ramon's house.
This is a copy for the search warrant of your cell phone. So today we will be seizing your cell phone, and this is your copy, okay?
Hold a minute. Get on the phone, Bob. I'm on the phone, Bob, right now. Bob, they got a search warrant on my cell phone.
Ramon starts by showing surprise on the news and immediately tries to discredit the warrant's legality. He calls someone who appears to be his lawyer and gives him guidelines on how to proceed. Then, out of the blue, Sheriff James Lujan shows up on the scene unannounced and explains that Ramon was the one who called him.
Yeah, I took the copy of the wrong one. Yo.
Only thing he would want to make sure is he's not going to be arrested.
No, yeah, no.
That's not going to happen. It's a warrant, and he thought it was a municipal court judge signing that.
No.
Nope.
All right.
So,
more than that. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Disconnect.
We're just
He didn't know it. He called me and just all scared, and I go, "What's going on? Come to my house."
Yeah, no, and I told him over last week I have
The garage door was open. We went to the front of the house. Nobody answered. We came back. The garage door was closed. So we knew somebody was home.
Yeah, so just to seize his cell phone.
Finally, Ramon's phone was confiscated. Unlucky for Sheriff Lujan, Ramon's phone was yet another link to his corrupt actions, and not long after a search warrant was also issued, but this time it was for his own phone.
Hey, Under Sheriff, how are you? Good, yeah. Good. It's James here, the sheriff. We just need to speak with him. Hold on.
At his own headquarters, Espanola police officers are seen looking for Sheriff James Lujan with 2 search warrants to confiscate both his personal and work cell phone, as it is believed he had been having communication with Chacon and City Councilor Ramon Vigil, and they want to see if he was abusing his power in the cases he was involved in.
Hello, sir. Sure.
Come in here.
You want to do it in there or you want to do what? In here, what?
We just have a couple of search warrants for your cell phones. For your cell phones. So, one on your personal cell phone, and then one on your work cell phone. So those are your copies. Do you want it?
Hold on to that. This is filed today.
Yes, sir.
You have your phone?
Yep.
Call Nate. Casados is not. Is this for which case? What case is this?
So that is in reference to stemming from the original charges.
Which one? The misdemeanor?
So that one.
You got a search warrant on a misdemeanor.
So DA approved it out of, Socorro?
Somewhere, yeah. Clovis, somewhere.
Clovis. And then Pat Casado signed off on it.
Well, he has my personal phone and my work phone.
Okay.
Okay, so it's going to stay there until I get it cleared to my attorney first.
Fair enough.
Busy right now.
It doesn't have the case number on here for the original.
Right there.
That's a PD case number. It doesn't have a magistrate or a district case. This is in district court too, and this is a magistrate warrant. Okay? This case is already in district court.
This is a magistrate warrant.
You understand that this case is in district court, right?
After being delivered the warrant and notified of the situation, Lujan immediately gives his phone to his undersheriff to then call his lawyer. He then tried to find flaws in the document to invalidate it, but to no avail. And in order to avoid any more time being wasted, the district attorney herself called Lujan's lawyer to make things even easier. Once again, the whole situation has become extremely shady, but not hostile yet, and it is here when Lujan shows concern about the number of units Espanola police dispatched.
You have 3 units out there? For what?
So, yeah.
You have all your units here, so.
I have all my units here.
That's what we were told.
Who do you see here? The undersheriff, myself, the transport deputy, Leon doing reports. And so
Okay.
What are you
Sounds good.
saying I'm going to do something?
Well, we don't know.
You don't know. Really, Ernest? Really?
Unfortunately.
Sure.
Wow, okay, well then,
Right.
you gotta stand outside of my office. I'm going in here, that's really bad, Ernest.
Sure. So,
As an interesting observation, when the officer tries to explain the situation to the undersheriff, he answers in a hostile way that shows disrespect and annoyance at the whole situation, clearly siding with his own sheriff.
So the district attorney is calling the lawyer. I'm assuming. So. Leave it. Let them do what they're gonna do, okay?
But despite having a search warrant, Sheriff Lujan still refuses to give his phone to authorities, and what's even more weird is that despite having the warrant, the officers are not taking any step forward toward Lujan, giving him time to wander around with his phone to do whatever he pleases, giving him ample time to delete crucial information.
yeah, we
just wanted to have the phone number.
I'll have to go call my attorney from my office since he has my phones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just wanted them.
And borrow your phone. Since you have yours. Is this yours or mine?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that his number? I don't know. Just says Nate. No, it's busy.
Then, after a long wait, the chief of Espanola Police steps into the room, but he wasn't as patient as his officers.
Trying to make contact with.
Morning, Undersheriff. Is he gonna comply or no? Undersheriff.
Waiting for his attorney to get him. Okay. We're gonna be trying to call him, but he's busy.
So he has the warrants. They're signed. They're legal. It's a court order. I know you guys are just doing your job, but I don't want you guys in the middle of this. All we needed the phones. That's it.
Well, once he gets his advice from his attorney, we'll do that. I got him. I don't know.
You have your phone, his phones?
Yes.
Okay. Can I see him at least so I could give you that professional courtesy? Okay. So I don't understand with a legal order why he's fighting. If you have them, that's all we want.
He's got the right to talk to his attorney, right?
Yeah, but he has the court orders. So, our attorney called his attorney. So she told him exactly what.
Well, maybe that's why he's not answering, because he's on the phone, because I didn't try to call.
Okay.
So.
I also tried to call Tomas Campos. I don't want to take it there. I didn't want to go this far. Just want the phones that say it would be out of your hair. I don't know.
At this point, it is clear that Lujan is trying to save himself from trouble, and so are his deputies. And to show the gravity of the matter, the undersheriff even asks the chief to pull his men back, feeling threatened by their presence at the scene, which we can't see from this camera footage angle, but are all well prepared in case anything bad happens.
I think it can have you guys leave. I mean, we're making more of a show than nothing just happened.
Well, I'm not the one making the show. I had only sent these guys in here. I just, again, we want the phone.
Well, that's fine. You're probably going to get the phone, but wait until you get the phone.
Well, as you know, Undersheriff, it's not probably. There's a court order. I don't want to, I really don't. I don't want to have to put anybody in cuffs. I don't. But if that's what I have to do, then I will do it. I don't want to do that.
And you're saying who?
Him.
Oh.
Because he's the one not complying with the court order. If you have the phones, then we don't need to be having this conversation. And that's just me. I don't want to do anything else. I just want the phones, and we're out of here. That's it. We're trying to do. I tried to call you this morning and meet up, but because of time sensitivity, I was trying to give you guys the professional courtesy.
You know what, Chief? I'm not surprised you guys are doing this.
Right.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Right.
That's on your shoulders.
Go ahead and let them, Marche know that. Just keep one.
I just want to say, we don't work that way, Chief. If you guys want to come, that's fine. You don't have to say no.
Well,
I don't know why they're here, so advise.
Yeah,
you know me the better than that, right?
I tried calling you, Undersheriff. I tried calling it, and it went straight to voicemail.
I'm not gonna get involved with that.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I tried to be, as low key as possible. I tried calling Tomas Campos.
Not long after the conversation between the undersheriff and the chief, Lujan comes out of his office, making matters worse.
I got you on the phone. I have the copy of the search warrant.
Somebody has it.
I gave him copies.
Where are they?
What's that? The warrants?
You asked for them? Or
No, he gave them to me.
Okay.
Search me. You have the search warrant for my person?
Are you going to comply, yes or no? That's all I want. I want the phones. That's it.
I told you. You have your search warrant says to search me for personal phones?
He has the phones. He already told me he has the phones.
Okay. That's not what the search warrant says, does it?
Okay, so you want us to lock down the sheriff's office? Go ahead and call them back. You're going to stay out here, sir. Stay out here. Stay out here. Because...
No,
Counsel,
Roger.
Undersheriff.
You can go through the court system.
We are. We're gonna lock down this building until he gives me those phones.
Really?
Yes, that's what the DA's office is. Really? Yeah.
Where's that on paper?
You can call her, Andrea Reed. You want her number?
If this wasn't enough already, while the chief was talking to the undersheriff, Sheriff Lujan is seen attempting to leave in his car.
What's going on?
You're not going to stop me from leaving if I want to leave. Am I under arrest?
If we have to.
Am I under arrest?
Not
Then
now.
Get away from me.
Not now. Go back inside. We're gonna lock down this office. Please go back in the office. Seriously.
Don't touch. Back up.
You can go in the office, but
back up. Don't touch. Don't reach. Back up.
Go inside. Because you're not certified, so
back up.
Seeing the situation has escalated, the officer from whom we see the perspective speaks to an officer who's outside the building and explains they're locking up the headquarters.
He's not complying. He doesn't want to give up the phones. He gave the phones to the undersheriff and said, search me, knowing that he gave the phones to the undersheriff. They're not voluntarily giving them up, so we're going to lock down the building.
Give a live.
After communicating to this officer that they'll be locking down the sheriff's headquarters, the chief tries once again to talk reason with Lujan.
So are you refusing? Is that what you're saying?
Refusing what?
You're refusing a lawful order?
From who? In the back?
From the judge.
What judge?
Judge Gonzalez.
On what case is that on?
On my case. You have the search warrant.
On your case?
Yeah, you have the search warrant.
Search warrant. The case is going to district court, right?
You continue to
It's a district court judge
resist
has this case, right?
Showing a pattern of behavior.
Really?
Yes.
It's a pattern of
Already
harassment from
twice.
you is what
Already
it is.
twice.
Retaliation and
Twice.
harassment is what it is.
Twice. That's okay. You have your opportunity in court. I'm here asking.
So will you on a misdemeanor.
Okay, for now. For now.
I've done nothing. Are you accusing me of something else?
Then why not give me the phones?
I told you I'm seeking legal counsel first. I have that right. Do I not have a right to seek
You have a
legal
legal
counsel?
order. You have a legal order.
And it doesn't say how long I have to give it to you, does it?
It says now.
Does
Yes,
it?
yes.
Show me.
It's a court order. You have the copies.
It says now?
Yeah, well, when you, okay, so you get a search warrant, you just do it whenever you want? That's today's date on it. So I'm serving it.
Then, finally, Sheriff Lujan decides to give the chief his phones, but because they only have the order to seize them, they can't actually go through them until they have a new order that allows them to do so.
Sheriff, it would just be so much easier if you just give us these phones.
I don't have the phones, do I?
Well, no, but I saw you give them to your undersheriff who has them in his pocket. So just the knowledge of that.
Give him the phones. This is all harassment and retaliation because I told the city council that you shouldn't be the chief. That's what it is.
Think whatever you want.
I don't think, I know.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. Go ahead and give it to him. These phones are not to be gone through until you have a warrant for the content. You only have a warrant for the phones,
You're
not the
absolutely
content.
right. You're absolutely right.
And good luck, and you better not come through a magistrate. You better go through a district court judge.
Thank you, Undersheriff.
Go.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Unluckily for Lujan, the chief came back the next day, and this time with a search warrant for the headquarters for refusing to cooperate on an investigation by not providing access to his phones. But this time, they weren't going to go that easy on him, as this time SWAT forces were called to the scene, and they locked down the building with Lujan in it.
No. Are you threatening? What you guys are doing? We're trying to do everything peacefully. We tried to. Okay? That's all we're doing. We're done here. We're leaving.
Okay, well, get out of here then. You're done. Get out.
We'll leave when we're ready.
You said you were done.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up right now. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. We're doing our law enforcement duties. That's it. District court signed it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, so as soon as we're done, we're going to get out of your hair. Why are you calling everybody here to put them in?
This is our house.
Well, right now it's ours. Right now it's ours.
We own the building right now. Shut up. Don't talk to me like that. Shut up.
Hey.
I don't work for you. Don't talk to me like that.
Easy, easy. Get there and let's go. Are we done in here?
Shortly after this confrontation, another one occurs between the chief and undersheriff, where the charges against Lujan are explained.
He put himself in there, not me. So we have a right to investigate our citizens now. Okay, so why does he show up? Nobody can answer.
Finally, we see that Sheriff Lujan was put under arrest. What's interesting is how he recognizes the person recording as one of his own men.
Sir, let's walk over here.
Why is that, dude? That's messed up.
Let's walk over here.
Sheriff. That's what I'm saying. Let's get him on the opposite side of this truck. Well, you got Tabitha over there.
Right here.
I'm not even armed, dude. I'm handcuffed, dude.
This isn't my attack plan. Sheriff, I have a search warrant for your phone for the building.
For what?
I couldn't tell you. I'm Harrell. Stand over here. This is their attack plan.
Sheriff Lujan then discovers that the press is taking pictures and recording him, so he asks the officers to put him inside.
I got the press out here taking pictures of me in handcuffs.
Push him around into the doorway. Yeah, push him around into the doorway. At least to the doorway.
Aye! This is ridiculous.
Keep him up there.
Hold on, we have press.
Keep him up there.
Come over here, sir.
Keep him up there.
Sheriff,
Let's go. Stay out here.
Aye!
Ah, Jesus!
Really? You don't have to.
Look
just
to you.
stand.
Look behind
Just
you.
stand. Just stand.
Stand up. Put him on this side of the truck. Put him on the outside of the truck.
It hurts. They're loose, sir. They're loose.
No, they're not loose.
A remark that maybe not all of you know is that the officers that are grabbing him right now are actually Lujan's people, making this whole situation the more sad and despicable. The same detective we saw earlier had a discussion with the undersheriff, then shows up and informs Lujan of everything that's going on.
2 search warrants. One is for the building. Okay. Done that. Okay. And one is for your iPhone. Okay. So I'm gonna read the stipulation.
Can you take these handcuffs off? They hurt. They hurt. Am I under arrest?
You're being detained.
Well, yeah. Why do I have to have cuffs on? They hurt.
We'll take them off in a minute. Just won't take them.
You have a search warrant for my iPhone. You got my iPhone. You got a search warrant for the building. You're searching the building. I don't know what you're searching for, though.
I'll just tell you.
Okay.
Let me explain this. Let me explain. As soon as I find the page.
Make sure his ass good. You good here?
Sheriff Lujan is supposedly not arrested at this point, he's just detained, but the decisions he takes in the following minutes are what finally put him in the back seat of a police car.
Gives me the authorization to seize your phone, okay? Search your phone, okay? But it also gives me the authorization. So what I'm asking for you to do is unlock your phone, unlock it, give it back to me, and I'm going to remove the security settings. I don't want your passcode. I'm not asking for your passcode. I'm asking you to unlock the phone for the search warrant. You can read it if you want under number 2.
I will if I get a chance to talk to my attorney.
It doesn't work like that.
Marty,
this is not a negotiation. This is not a negotiation, Sheriff. This is not a negotiation. I'm telling you, the warrant says it right there. You can talk to your attorney when this is all
I've
done.
been asking.
When this is all done, you can call your attorney. But right now, we're trying to get you to comply with the warrant. The warrant stipulates exactly what we want. You give us that, we'll get the phone, we're out of here. That's it. What do you want to do, Sheriff?
Right now, I am under arrest. Because I am under arrest. I am in handcuffs. I'm not free to leave. I'm not free to leave? Am I free to leave? No. Then, if I'm under arrest, I have a right to an attorney, correct?
You do.
Okay.
And I'm not questioning you.
I'm invoking my right to an attorney right now. Okay. You understand that?
So, take him, book him.
Book me for what?
For obstruction Obstruction.
I'm not obstructing.
Who's
I'm
your number
handcuffed.
here?
Over here, Sheriff. Over here.
Sheriff.
Just
They're gonna book me.
take this.
Really? Look at this shit. Look.
Stop, stop. Just walk over.
What are you doing?
Just walk.
Stop, Sheriff. What are you doing? Look. What is this? Really? Right here. What's this? I'm handcuffed.
Rio Arriba County, Sheriff James Lujan was finally arrested, and on December 29, 2020, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison for aiding a felon and intimidating a witness.
What else do you got on you? You got pocket knife, huh?
I'm done.
What's going on, though? Tell me what's going on, bud.
I'm done.
What do you mean you're done? You gonna go with me to take the test, Augie? You're refusing it? You don't want to do that.
I'm done.
One of the most common jobs a police officer has is to make sure that drunk people don't commit crimes. But what happens when the cops are the ones that are drunk? Shockingly, I found 3 cases of drunk cops who got caught, starting with Officer Justin Augustine, who, on 27 October 2018, was found in a drunken state after having crashed his patrol car. Lieutenant Byron then is seen taking Augustine aside to strip him of his gear and to talk to him.
Are you all right, Augie?
Yeah.
You seem... your focus seems divided on me. What's going on? You just nervous?
Yeah.
Okay.
Byron is concerned about his officer, who seems to be a really close friend of his, as he talks to him in a kind tone and tries to understand what had happened. Safe to say, this is not an easy position to be in.
Are you under the influence of anything, Augie? No? Good. I hope not. I do. Where's your vest at? You don't have it on you? Okay. All right. What else do you got on you? You got pocket knife, huh?
I'm done.
What's going on, though? Tell me what's going on, bud.
I'm done.
What do you mean you're done? You gonna go with me to take the test, Augie? You're refusing it? You don't want to do that.
I'm done.
Okay, so what does that mean? All right. Are you under the influence of something, Augie? What's wrong with you right now? I don't understand that.
Done.
Okay. Are you going with me?
No.
Byron explains to Augustine that he's just trying to do his job and asks him to take the drug and alcohol test, while Augustine refuses and repeatedly says, "I'm done," which is not what one would want to hear from a drunk person, especially a big guy like him and multiple assault rifles available at hand.
What are you gonna do?
Go home.
Can you call somebody to come get you?
I don't need to.
Well, I'm not gonna let you drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
What?
I'm not gonna let you drive. Can you call your wife? Seriously, Augie, can you call your wife?
I can drive by.
Okay. All right, let's go out here. All right. Don't play this game with me, bud. I'm trying to help you out here.
He ain't doing.
Well, I can't do stuff. I'm just doing what I got to do, Augie. It's my job. If you want to leave, go ahead and leave. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on, Augie. Don't do this, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. All right. I'm just doing my job. I'm just asking you to relax, okay?
I'm done.
Okay, and I understand that. I understand what you're saying, all right? I just don't want you to do it like this, all right? I'm not trying to be a prick. I'm not trying to be difficult. You gotta understand, it's my job, dude, all right? So don't treat me like that. If you want to be done, I understand that. So if you want to leave, that's up to you. Do you have your keys here?
Byron tries to help Augustine, saying he can still save his job if he complied and did a drug test, but he keeps on refusing. Augustine, however, suddenly breaks down and starts crying as if realizing the gravity of his situation.
So, Augie, are you okay to drive, brother?
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
All right, well, get going then. Do what you got to do, all right? Augie, you need to get it. You need to relax. No, huh? What'd you say? Who is? You just wrecked a cruiser. It's not the end of the world. I know, it's not the end of the world. We can do this, Augie. If you just go down and take the test like we're asking you, if you do that, then we can at least get that cleared to where you can come back to work. Seriously, Augie, I'm trying to help you, bud. Huh? What'd you say? I don't know. What'd you say? What do you mean you're f***ed up? Alcohol? Pills? What are you talking about? Huh? Okay. All right. All right, Augie. I get that, bud. So I can't let you drive home, all right?
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
You said you're up. How you gonna drive home?
I'm not up. I'm up. I'm up.
What? Help me understand, Justin.
What the?
You talking about just in the
cube?
Huh? We don't need to do this, Augie.
What?
Come on. We don't.
What?
Why are you doing this like? Why are you doing me like that? Huh? What have I done to you for you to do me like that, man? Seriously. I am honest to God being serious with you. What have I done to you for you to treat me like that? Huh?
What the?
I don't know. I didn't wreck the cruiser in there and then have to ask you to come to take the test. Okay. Okay. And again, I understand that, Augie, that you're upset. I get that. You're having a tough time right now with everything that's going on, bud. But it doesn't have to go out like this, okay? It's just an accident.
Detroit 421.
Okay?
What I do?
Huh?
The what I do?
What do you mean, what do you do? What do you do?
If it's just an accident, what I do?
You hit a semi-trailer, so again, as part of our policy, we have to go down with that and go take the test. If everything comes back okay, then that's great. It helps you. It benefits you.
I'm drunk.
Huh?
I'm drunk.
You're drunk right now?
No, I've been drunk.
Been drunk when? Today?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't think you are now?
No.
Okay. Well, I can't let you drive the car home unless we.
What you gonna do?
What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Is that the way you're gonna do this? You're about to get yourself arrested, bud.
For what?
What do you mean? What am I going to do? I can't let you drive. So you try to get in that car, I got to stop you, and then you're going to start fighting with me. What is that going to do? Huh? Seriously, Augie, why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything to you. Okay? I didn't do anything to you. Well, let's go back in here so we can figure this out, Augie.
Here we can see how Augustine is aware that his career is compromised, most likely finished, but despite that, Lieutenant Byron appreciates him and doesn't want him to cause himself any more problems. Then, to make matters easier for everyone, Augustine finally confesses to having drunk.
How much did you drink today, Augie? A lot. You know he's going to want to do a test, right? No, I'm talking about your driving just like we would anybody else. You know what I mean? Not an employment test. He's going to say, hey, this guy's driving a car, we need to test him. And I mean, you got the right to refuse it, but we got to go through the process on that, Augie. Now, again, I want you to understand that I'm just, I know, you probably are. You're right. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or lie to you. Huh? Augie, come on, bud. Come on, just calm down, bud. I understand you're upset and you got to calm down. Remember, Augie.
You just can't wait.
Huh? I'm talking to you as a friend here, too.
You.
All right.
Not long after, Byron is seen calling his supervisor, named Jason, to ask for further advice on how to proceed.
Jason, this is Byron. Hey, is there any chance you can come in so we can talk? Okay. Well, I don't know how much time we got as far as cooperation. He's not cooperating real well. He's right here in front of me. I'm not hiding or talking. I'm talking in front of him. He's acknowledged that he was drinking today and whatnot. So that's where we're at. Now, how do you want us to proceed with that? Yes. He's refusing to be tested. So, are you gonna go down for the test, Augie? He's refusing that. Okay. Bye. Thank you for being honest with me, Augie.
Having come to an agreement, Officer Augustine is then taken inside and is read the consequences for his refusal to take the test, and it's notified that he's under arrest for operating a vehicle under the influence, or OVI. As Augustine is read his arrest report, he breaks down and is unable to hold himself up, almost falling off the table. The other officers at the station come to his aid and try to help Augustine stay up until he's finally back home. Officer Augustine finally resigned, but was sentenced to a year of probation and 180 days of suspended jail time and a $300 fine, which were dismissed after he completed an educational program. But Officer Augustine is not the only cop who had been drinking when they shouldn't have. as it is the case of Captain Amanda Caden of Cincinnati Police Department, who was pulled over due to crossing a yellow line multiple times and swerving.
Hello, you got your license insurance on real quick?
Yeah.
All right, the reason I stopped you initially why I stopped you was when you made the turn at the 5-way. There's a dotted yellow line there, and you totally, like,
Oh, okay.
it was in the middle of your car.
I am a Cincinnati police officer too, if that makes a difference.
I don't know. Where are you coming from?
We were downtown, Loveland.
As soon as the conversation starts, Caden says she's an officer too, and mentions if it makes any difference, hoping to get out of the situation using her tag. Little did she know of the big mistake she just made. The officer then confronts her, saying she reeks of alcohol and her speech is slurred.
Okay, and your speech is slurred. And you had your gun on you. I'm putting that in the trunk, but your speech is slurred and everything. I don't know what you want me to do. I can't just... I see your badge, but I'm telling you, your speech is slurred. You reek of alcohol. You put me in a bad spot.
You want me to drive home, officer?
No, that's not how it's gonna work. You got your gun on you too?
I do.
All right.
We're about 4 blocks from our house.
Yeah, we just...
Caden's husband, Patrick, who is also in the car and drunk, asks if he can drive instead, but the officer informs them that they will not be leaving unpunished. The couple then get into an argument with the police officer, which, given the circumstances, could easily turn into a fatal scenario.
You don't understand the circumstances right now, okay?
I don't.
You don't. I mean, everything's recorded. I can't just do nothing now.
Okay.
You guys both reek of alcohol. You were passed out sleeping when I pulled you over.
I was not.
Okay, that's fine.
Wide awake.
Okay, that's fine. But she's slurred and everything. I can't just.
No, she's not. You do,
No.
officer.
That's
you do
why.
what you gotta do.
That's why I drove, because I was fine.
Okay.
Well, let's do this.
All right.
Step on out with me and talk to me.
We
Sir,
crossed a yellow line while we were driving. You do what you got to do.
I have to. You understand that? I have to. It's not that I want to.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Hold on to your ID.
How long you been a cop?
Pat, stop it. Stop.
Sir, you've got your gun on you and you're intoxicated too.
I am not.
Don't.
I am not.
Pat.
She just said you were. That's why she drove home.
She didn't.
She said that's why she drove home.
I said
No, she drove home because she's not intoxicated. You do what you got to do.
Well, here's the problem. Too, is that you've got your gun on you. Where's that at?
It's on my hip.
It's on your hip? Okay. All right. Miss Amanda, step out with me real quick. Okay? Just talk to me real quick and we'll go from there.
The officer asks Caden to step out of the car so he can perform tests on her, explaining that he's just doing his job. Caden says she would not do the walking test as she's wearing heels, which isn't really a clever excuse, but more shockingly is how they keep mentioning the cameras and how everything's being recorded.
You know the circumstances, okay? I've got another officer coming to back me up because you both are armed and all that stuff, and he's agitated. I'm just going to check your eyes and make sure you're okay, and we'll go from there, okay? Now, do you have any head injuries or anything?
No.
Are you epileptic or diabetic at all? You wearing contacts for color or anything?
No, but I'm not going to take any kind of...
You're not even going to let me do HGN on you?
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, and why's that?
Well, I mean, you can do the whatever, but I'm not... I've got high heels on. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay. All right. And that's fine. I'm going to wait till my buddy gets here and then we'll talk about it. Regardless, I'm not charging you for the gun.
What?
Regardless, I'm not going to charge you for the gun. Okay? I'm not going to do that to you. I mean, stay right here.
The officer, having talked enough, proceeds to test Caden's sight.
All right, this time, now I'm going to start the test. I just made sure your eyes were tracking equally. All right.
Then, the officer is seen acting helpless as Caden clearly didn't pass the test, refuses to do any other test, and consequently, he would have to charge her. Despite all of this, it's worth noting that the husband is in the car, drunk and armed.
You got gym shoes in the car or anything?
No.
You know you've had too much to drink. You know you drink too much to drive.
We live just down the street.
I understand where you live, but you know
But I haven't had too much to drink. You can follow us home if you want. I mean,
well, you're at Cindy's.
The officer has no choice but to arrest Caton for drinking and driving. His disappointment is visible, as police officers are supposed to be maintaining law and order and shouldn't be committing crimes and getting charged for them.
Get you home tonight. Okay, we'll get you home regardless tonight, okay? But I am going to have to arrest you for drinking and driving tonight. Okay. So let's do this. Put your glasses on or in your pocket. I'm going to be nice and handcuff you in front. I have to handcuff you. It's our policy for transport. Okay. You have any other weapons on you or anything? No. Okay, so let's do that now. We'll talk to your husband, and he's going to be mad as a badger, but... Okay. What district are you with again? You're in...
I'm in, just moved to inspections.
Okay, well, hopefully we can get through this just easily. It's county. We'll do our best, okay?
You are county or Loveland?
No, I'm Loveland, but I'm saying it's going to county court, Claremont County Court. So, now, do you say you have no weapons on you or anything else like that? Okay, I'm going to advise you of your rights, just as I would anybody else, okay? You have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Anything you say will be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to an attorney and to have one present with you during any questioning. You're unable to pay a lawyer. One will be appointed for you prior to any question if you so desire, okay? Let's have a seat in the back of my car and I'll talk to your husband. We'll park the car. We don't have to tow it. I don't want you to fall down. It's slippery.
After arresting her, the officer confronts the husband, saying they would be arresting his wife after she denies performing the breathalyzer test. However, the situation soon turned chaotic.
Are you kidding me?
No, don't. Keep your hands where I can see them for you. Because you said you have your gun on you. Hey.
Knock it off.
I'm doing the best under the circumstances, okay?
You're starting this whole traffic stop because we crossed a double yellow line while making a left-hand turn?
Well, a couple times, but that's the one that drew my attention to her, and that's what I was telling her, okay? We can argue about this. That's what court's for, if it goes that far.
Are you really
If she tests under, I'll just bring her home.
No, she's not going to do a test.
Okay, well, that's up to her.
She's not going to do a test.
Okay, well, I'm not charging her for the gun. I'm not doing anything that.
What the hell? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? No, I said I'm not going to.
What? Why would you?
Because she's intoxicated carrying a firearm.
No, she's not.
Okay, well then she can do the test and prove that.
No, she shouldn't.
Okay, well then she...
Why are you pushing this issue?
Because I have to. I'm not losing my job because I'm letting someone go away.
Job.
You don't know how this works here. Yes, that's how it works.
Yeah, I do know.
If I were to let her go, and why didn't you arrest someone that you thought was impaired?
4 blocks from our house.
I've arrested people in their garages before. It's not the point.
All right.
So, what's your plan?
What do you mean, what is my plan?
Well, I can park the car here and we can give you a ride home and then we'll drive her home when we're done.
I don't want to ride from you guys. You do what you got.
Patrick ended up walking to his house, and Caton was charged with OVI refusal and centerline violation, and arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. But it's not always drunken cops who put up a fight. As for this one, the proof was so solid that he couldn't do anything against it. On 15th of October 2022, Florida police officers found Deputy John Guzman allegedly drunk and asleep in the driver's seat of his vehicle with the door left open.
Sir, are you okay? Hello? Hello, sir? We might have a signal one over here. Sir, is your foot on the brake there? Hey, sir. Are you okay?
2-door green colors with John Guzman. At a 24977 Oak Drive, St. Cloud, 11, 21, 2022, 50, 29.
26, thank you. Excuse me, sir. Are you okay? You need to turn the vehicle off, okay? Let's turn the vehicle off, sir. Huh? Yeah, I'm trying to turn the freaking car off. There, can you just hold him back so I can put him...
Alright, do me a favor, step up.
Hi, yeah, put the vehicle in park, step out of the vehicle. He was like, oh, careful. Alright.
Have a seat over there.
Step over here, sir. Come on, take a seat.
When asked if Guzman had anything to drink, he denied and said he was just trying to get home.
Have a seat.
What's going on, sir? Are you okay?
I'm not okay.
You're not okay? When I saw you, you were outside of the vehicle, in the car.
Yeah.
Car still in drive.
Right.
What's going on tonight? You had loads of drink?
Huh?
Have you had something to drink tonight?
No, I'm just waiting. I'm just trying to get home.
You trying to go home?
Yeah.
Okay.
When asked for his driver's license, Guzman couldn't remember where he had kept it and couldn't follow instructions when told to keep his hands out of his pockets.
Where's your driver's license at, sir? Car. Where the car? In the glove compartment? It's in the car. I can't. I don't know where it is.
It's fine. Just keep your hands out of your pockets for me, okay? Where are you coming from?
I was at a friend's house.
You were at a friend's house doing what?
Huh?
What were you doing?
I was hanging out with a friend.
You were hanging out with your friend. Okay, you realize when I saw you, you were passed out, head out of the window, throw up next to you on the ground.
Passed out.
You passed out. While driving? Okay. Yeah.
Relative. That's your 1012 if you want it.
Get your hands out of your pockets, please. Thank you.
Guzman was patted down, read his Miranda rights, and then arrested. He complies with the officers as he knows he's been caught and has no other way to escape. Guzman was temporarily removed from his law enforcement duties and is currently pending an investigation.
I'm nervous as hell. Possibility of losing a job.
Yeah, I would say those look like Xanadu. Those are Xanadu.
This is 32-year-old Jonathan Schuler, a SWAT officer who, on the 7th of September 2018, had been driving his personal vehicle and hit a concrete curved barrier wall. He then merged onto the freeway, took the first exit, and pulled into a parking lot. Not long after, Chandler PD officers arrived on the scene to investigate.
Really tired from this week. Finally got into that lab. Okay. Ate McDonald's and ate shit on the corner.
Did you have a collision with another vehicle at all?
No. I was, to tell you the honest to God truth, eating my McDonald's and my fries.
Okay.
Not paying attention, ate shit on the curb, tried to get off the roadway, and here I am.
Okay. Where'd you say your license was?
Yeah.
Who do you work for?
City of Maricopa.
Okay.
I do have one off-duty weapon right here, just so you know.
Okay.
And then I have one in my truck as well, sir.
Okay.
As the conversation starts, Officer Schuler says he had a long day at work and because of this, was having dinner while driving.
So what happened to your car?
Well, driving down the highway, trying to eat my Big Mac and my double cheeseburgers. Trying to punch in the address and
wow.
Radio. I fucked up.
What'd you hit?
Curb. Like
on the freeway or?
Yeah, on gotta be the 202 or something.
Was the tire sparking or something?
I don't know.
That's what we were told. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. I hit it, and then I was just looking for an exit, found this one, and busted over here.
Schuler exhibits nonchalant behavior when asked about the accident as if he doesn't seem to care. He then explains that he thought it was a curb he had hit and not a car.
Where was the curb at that you hit, you think?
Oh, like a mile back.
Yeah, so we got called that they thought your tire was sparking.
It very well could be. I drilled that thing.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to get over.
Yeah. How long you been with Maricopa?
About 3 years.
3 years?
2.5.
So we got called because somebody said you hit a car on the freeway.
Oh shit. I thought I hit a curb.
Did you? Where were you at when you hit the curb?
I was on the 202, and then I just exited real quick. Trying to find
Where are you headed right now? Chandler?
Yeah, Chandler.
Okay.
An officer then notices him sweating and shaking in an odd manner. As is usually typical for these cases of DUIs, he repeatedly asks Schuler whether or not he had something to drink, which could have been the reason he lost control of the car.
Would you mind stepping out of the car for me, please? Are you still looking for the insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if you can pull that up real quick. You alright? You're shaking, bud.
No, sure. I hate accidents. I've been in one accident before.
No, I got you. What time did the wet lab get over?
Mine was done about an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
And then I was waiting on Officer Torres.
Who's Officer Torres?
He's a motor officer for Maricopa PD.
Okay. So you hung around waiting?
Yeah, we just hung out and waited for him. I dropped him off, grabbed some McDonald's, talked to my wife, all that jazz, trying to get home, missed my turn.
Okay. All right.
McDonald's and grilled the curb.
Yeah, I see the McDonald's. Okay. So when you were hanging out at the wet lab, did you have anything to drink?
No. Unfortunately, I was one of the students.
What's that?
Unfortunately, I was one of the students.
Okay. So, and being an officer, you know that when you hit something, right, you're supposed to pull over?
Stop.
How long you been with Maricopa again?
About 2 years.
2 years. Were you a police officer anywhere else before that?
No.
Okay.
I was trying to find over the next safest place because I don't want to pull over on a highway.
No, I got you. And that's why you stopped here?
Yeah. I didn't even see you guys pull up until you started to get out.
Okay, so you pulled in and stopped, and then that's when...
So I turned around and saw the officer directly behind me.
Okay. All right, bud. There's nothing to drink tonight, no prescription medications? Okay.
Schuler then asks the officer if he had hit another car, a sign that he is not really aware of his surroundings.
Did I hit another car?
That's what they said. It was on the freeway, I don't know. DPS transferred it to us when you got off the freeway, so...
Okay. Well,
you didn't notice another car?
I honestly didn't. I was trying to dig through my McDonald's to eat it.
Alright. I'll give you your phone back. You mind stepping out for me, please?
Yeah, of course.
The officer tries giving Scheller multiple chances to come clean, but he then notices Schuler's eyes are bloodshot and he's exhibiting shaky behavior.
Alright. Nothing to drink?
Nothing to drink, man.
Your eyes are a little bloodshot watery, you're kind of shaking, and...
I'm shaking because I know how this goes down.
How what goes down?
Well, you're going to investigate me for a DUI, most likely.
Well, I just want to make sure that it's be driving, you know what I mean? Witness said that you hit a car. You don't recognize hitting a car. You've been doing this long enough. You understand, if you were in my shoes, how that would be.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that.
Okay.
Having set the terms of what's going on, the officer performs a series of tests on Schuler to clear him as a drunk driver. He first examined Schuler's eyes closely, and the result came out as a possible DUI. The second test he performed was making Schuler walk in a straight line, but unfortunately, it doesn't go that well for him.
All right. I want you to just put your left foot on the line, right foot in front of it, touching heel to toe, and remain in that position until I tell you to begin. Can you touch heel to toe? You need a minute?
I'm nervous as hell. Not gonna lie.
That's fine. Take a minute. Catch your breath.
Possibility of losing a job.
Why would you lose your job?
Well, when I'm acting like this, even though
what do you mean?
I got triple zeros.
What do you mean acting like this?
I'm scared as hell.
I get scared. And you understand how this works. It's the totality of everything. If you legitimately haven't had anything to drink, that's fine. But I want to make sure that we do our job and we don't get accused of trying to sweep something under the rug for a fellow police officer. Especially when there's possibly another vehicle that's involved on the freeway.
I understand.
Make sense?
I understand today's society.
I got you. All right. Any reason why you wouldn't be able to do this?
Nope.
All right, go ahead and begin.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
Schuler fails the walking test as well, and because he's a law enforcement officer himself, he knows what's coming for him.
Alright. You alright? Take a minute. You're psyching yourself out, bud.
I know, I'm just... You know how it is.
I understand. But you also know that if
Roles were reversed.
No, if there's no impairment, then there's no impairment, right? But the totality of it with another car, we just...
I know.
Okay. You're good. All right, bud.
Finally, in the final test, which consists of raising one of your legs while counting, he also fails.
1,020.
All right, go ahead and relax, bud.
When asked if he had taken any medication or drugs, Schuler answered he hadn't, but had taken a prescription medicine prescribed to him after his elbow surgery.
Have you taken any prescription medications or anything?
I took prescription hydrocodone.
You took hydrocodone?
Yeah.
When?
For my elbow surgery.
When was that?
4 hours ago.
4 hours ago?
Yeah, so it should be pretty well out of my system, I would think.
How much are you prescribed?
I think it was 10 pills or something.
Oh, I thought you said you took 10 pills. I'm like,
oh,
good
no.
God, man.
They call it an ambo.
Yeah, holy crap. Okay. So you took... What's the milligram?
5.
You took 5?
It's the prescription is 5 whatever and 325.
Like the time release stuff?
I just had elbow surgery.
Okay.
Schuler says he's nervous about the prescription medication he had taken. This raises suspicion, as he would have nothing to worry about if he had consumed a prescribed drug. His distress only increases as he's told the other car he had hit hadn't been found yet.
So let me ask you this. Are you nervous more so because of the prescription medications you took?
No, except taking them before. It was just I honestly got lost.
Did they find the other car from the freeway?
I'm not sure. I'll see now, I'm not sure.
You want to have the DPS guy talk to him?
Then, out of nowhere, when the situation seemed all normal so far, Schuler seemed to show some signs of a withdrawal from the pills he's taken. Having shown multiple signs of impairment, the lieutenant then questions Schuler further on the matter and then checks his blood pressure.
So you don't know if he hit something?
I hit something, definitely, yeah.
But you don't know if it was a car,
I don't know if it was
median,
a car.
or
I
what?
thought it was I don't know if it was a median, but on the outside lanes.
Right.
I think I veered into that and then came back over.
And you haven't been drinking anything tonight?
No.
At this point of the investigation, Schuler's behavior shows extreme anxiousness, nervousness, and he's sweating profusely. All signs that, combined with his testimony, could mean that it's not alcohol that we're dealing with here.
What have you taken today?
Prescription ibuprofen, prescription hydrocodone, acetaminophen, or whatever it is. Hydrocodone.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? How long ago did you take the hydrocodone?
Probably an hour before I went to HGM.
The lieutenant then proceeds to run some checks on him. By now, the officers suspect he had taken his medication either way too early or had taken a rather large dose to be driving. Unfortunately for Schuler, this means he is arrested on DUI charges.
All right, Jonathan, here's what we're looking at, all right? The 000s was kind of what we expected. I think with everything else, that you may have either taken more than you were prescribed of the oxy, or you took it too soon to be driving safely in a vehicle. All right? So at this point, you are under arrest for DUI. All right? I need you to put your hands behind your back for me, please.
It's my left.
Is that going to cause you any discomfort?
No, you're good.
Okay.
As one officer reads Schuler his Miranda rights, other officers inspect his car and make a shocking discovery: Xanax and Adderall filled in boxes labeled as anastrozole, a drug prescribed to Schuler, but no pill of anastrozole was found in any of the boxes.
Hang tight for me for a couple minutes, and we'll get going.
You want that stuff in the center console? It's got pills and stuff in there.
Sure.
These are Xanny bars.
Yeah. Well, that's the same thing, but there's two different pills.
Yeah, he's putting pills in here because that's a hell of a lot of Xannies.
Not long after, Schuler is taken in for interrogation at the police station. Here, we can see that he's still anxious and shaking in his chair while sweating as he's being prepped to have his blood drawn to test for alcohol. Schuler admits to having taken a sleeping pill, but he did so before getting in his car to drive home.
Boy, bud. You said you took a oxycodone? Hydrocodone? I'm sorry.
Hydrocodone.
4 hours ago? Well, you told me that at the stop.
Yeah.
Were you at Pinal County in Florence when you took it?
Right afterwards.
So afterwards?
Yeah.
Where is that prescription bottle?
Right at home. Tracking.
Tracking what? I'm curious. So, you took it while you were there? After the wet lab?
Yes.
What did you retrieve that pill from?
My pocket.
So you just had a loose Oxycontin in your pocket, or oxycodone. Hydrocodone, I'm sorry. I'm not a DA, I need to get better at that. So you just had a loose one in your pocket?
Yes.
Did you take anything else?
No.
Well, you told us you took Ambien when you were eating the hamburger.
Yeah, Ambien. You're right, yeah.
Where'd you get the Ambien from?
Got it prescribed.
Pulled the pill from?
Oh, my pocket.
So you just have loose pills in your pocket?
Yes.
Why would you take a sleeping pill prior to driving?
To tell you the truth, because I haven't slept very well.
You're not gonna offend us if you cuss. You're fine.
Okay. I haven't slept for since I had the surgery on my arm 3 weeks ago. I'm averaging 2 to 3 a night, and I wanted to take it, get home, and crash, and not be up until 2 or 3 in the morning. So I thought I would take it. I shouldn't say I thought I would. I took it, grabbed some food, and was driving home.
So you were just trying to curb the time that it would take effect?
Yes.
You didn't think that was a bad idea, getting behind the wheel after taking that stuff?
I honestly, with my body weight stuff, no.
What does the Ambien look like? Does it have any markings on it?
I'm sure it does.
You don't know what they are? So is it round? Is it oval? Is it square?
Oval.
Oval? And it's pink?
Yeah.
So before you left the house to go to the wet lab, you took an oxy pill and an Ambien pill and loosely put it in your pocket?
Yes.
Okay. Are you prescribed anything else?
Prescription, ibuprofen, some other things. I don't know off the top of my head. I have lots of old prescriptions.
What are those?
Off the top of my head. I really don't remember.
Having said all the prescription pills he has, Schuler is then confronted with the Xanax pills found in his car.
Any of them start with an A?
You just about started to say, you know what, listen, you're a police officer, right? You get it. And you can relate to this. 90% of the time when we ask a question, we don't really answer. You started to say what that other prescription was that started with an A. You have no idea. You've never been prescribed anything else?
No.
Not for breast cancer?
No.
Isn't that what that pill was for?
Yeah, it was.
Your wife had breast cancer?
This is a male breast cancer pill.
No.
According to drugs.com.
Anastrozole? What is that?
Oh, for testosterone.
That's a testosterone booster.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. The problem is, in your car we found the 2 anastrozole bottles, but those are Xanax.
Right.
Why? Help me understand why you have Xanax in a testosterone pill bottle. Why wouldn't you keep the Xanax in the prescription bottle that came in?
And are you prescribed Xanax?
Yes.
For what?
For sleep, for anything from back Afghanistan.
Okay.
Is it prescribed through the VA?
No.
Schuler then says he was prescribed Xanax by an army doctor years ago, back when he was in Afghanistan, but he's questioned about the Adderall pills they found.
Is that the pink Ambien pill you took?
Broken in half.
Is that what it was, though?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Adderall.
I think you knew that, though. Because when he said a prescription that started with A, it looked like you were starting to mouth the word Adderall and then you stopped yourself.
I was not.
Okay, and that's fine. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, and that's fine.
Are you prescribed Adderall?
No.
So where'd you get the Adderall? Because there's quite a few pills in there.
Right.
And it's in a pill bottle that's prescribed to you, but it's the prescription for that testosterone that you were talking about.
I've had those forever since the Army.
The Adderall?
You get prescribed this in the Army?
Yes.
How long have you been out of the Army?
2015, 2014.
The officers, being fed up with his story, decide to finally confront him, making him tell the truth.
Walter Reed's in DC. Please listen. You're backpedaling now, all right? This is a lot of Xanax for a legitimate prescription. They have ways of tracing your prescriptions that have been issued to you. So if we get a hold of our narcotics guys and ask them to pull your prescriptions, are they going to find a prescription for Xanax? Be honest with me, because this is all going to come up. You know, your agency already knows about generally what's going on. They're going to get a copy of my report. They're going to see that. Okay? This in and of itself, without talking to you, is prescription of a narcotic. Because you have taken a prescription and put it in a pill bottle that's not what it's prescribed for. Which is deceptive at best. All right? So, I don't want you to get jammed up for lying about it on top of it. Cat's out of the bag. We have this stuff.
Right.
Have you been prescribed this legally?
No.
Okay. Where did you get this Xanax?
From something off the internet.
So you bought it off the internet?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you put it in the prescription bottle hoping that it would just pass if you ever got stopped or somebody went through your car?
And I just threw it in the car. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And the same with the Adderall?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you issued Ambien? Or were you prescribed Ambien?
Yeah.
Okay.
If this wasn't enough already, Schuler's answers unfortunately aren't consistent, as he doesn't know what drug he had taken.
Did you take any today?
No.
You just went through HGN school, right?
Mm-hmm.
What causes HGN? What kinds of things will cause HGN?
CNS depressants.
Okay. Xanax is a CNS depressant, and so is Ambien.
Okay.
Did you see HGN? Neither did he. So you haven't taken any Ambien today. No. The Adderall is what you said you took. You said you took half of one of those pills?
Yeah.
Okay. But it wasn't Ambien. It was the Adderall.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay.
The officers explained to Schuler that his symptoms did not match with the drug he had taken. He claimed to have taken Ambien, which would have him drooling and sleepy, but Schuler is exhibiting signs of having taken an Adderall, a drug that amped him up.
Ambien. Ambien. That I can tell you. That I'm not.
Just from looking at your body behavior from when we were first on scene to now, you had trouble standing still before, but you are going 100 miles an hour compared to. And me personally, and I'm not a DRE and they can back me on this, I think you took an Adderall.
I think you took a whole pill.
Because you are twice as fidgety now, almost 2 hours after I first had contact with you, than before.
Okay. I can. To be.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for honesty.
Jim, I get it. I'm a nervous, fidgety guy.
I got you, so am I.
With a million things running through my mind right now. At first I was trying to save my Clearly that's not the policy, and I know that's not the right policy. I can tell you, I did not take an Adderall tonight.
Schuler was finally arrested for DUI of drugs and possession of a dangerous drug. Officer Schuler resigned from his position on 2nd March 2019 following yet another arrest for drunk driving shortly after, which had led him to hit a tree after swerving in a residential area. Here are 3 cases where corrupt cops realize they're done for.
Chief Hazelwood, he is hammered drunk right now.
Starting with Hazelwood Police Chief Gregg Hall, who, on May 28, 2022, had been pulled over after weaving by an O'Fallon officer, and as many of you would imagine, it didn't take long for him to identify himself as a fellow officer.
The reason why I pulled you over, you've been weaving quite a bit.
Well, I know, because I was eating my...
Okay, eating while you're driving. Okay. Well, how long has it been since your last drink?
A
couple hours. Okay.
I'm a police officer.
Where you worked at?
Hazelwood.
Okay.
Somehow, Hall must have thought that mentioning his position would make the officer let him go. However, the officer noticed his slow movements and asked that he perform a test involving the alphabet.
Starting on the letter D and ending on the letter N without singing. So D to N without singing.
D-E-F-E-G-H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P-Q-R-S-T-U. That's where I stop.
Alright.
Seeing that he was having problems with the test, Hall then performed a breathalyzer test.
Alright, deep breath in, and then just blow hard until I tell you to stop. Alright, hang tight right here. I'll get back with you, okay?
We can't see it, but most likely, the result is not good news for Hall. Officer Nathan then seemed troubled, most likely because he was dealing with a police chief, and so he decided to call his supervisor, who surprisingly asked whether or not the stop had been caught on video.
So, Chief Hazelwood, he is hammered drunk right now.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, he's over at 2. Yeah. He is hammered. He was dodging sniper fire out there, so weaving all over the place.
Is it all on the dash cam?
Yeah.
The driving and all the contacts so far?
Yes.
Officer Nathan explains the situation and tells his supervisor that Hall's blood alcohol content is more than 2.5 times the legal limit. Officer Nathan then conducted a series of field sobriety tests, which didn't make much sense considering that they already knew he was drunk.
I just need you to remember, hang on 1 second for me, sir. Just not able to do this.
You know what? Just talk to Johnny, please. I don't know what to do.
Seeing who they are dealing with, even the O'Fallon chief of police is called to the scene.
Nathan, if I take him home, or are you gonna have any issues?
Not at all. Not at all, Chief. I'm sorry to get you out here. I just
that's
want to make
okay.
sure.
That's okay, because you do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I will take him home. I have known him for a lot of years.
Yeah, it's understandable, and again, sorry to wake you up, Chief.
Nope, that's okay. He and I are gonna have a long talk on the way home.
All right.
Shockingly, Hall was then driven home with no charges against him. Not only did he evade a likely DUI charge, but city officials say he will enjoy all the benefits of retirement. But unlike Hall, who was caught drunk driving, another case involves a police officer who abused his power during a stop in Texas City.
And here we are talking, and you're threatening to take me to jail. And so I shouldn't be getting upset?
This is Christopher Schull, who, on April 19th, 2023, was stopped and questioned for what the officer called disregarding a traffic control device. But as you will see, this case isn't all about Schull, but rather about the officer with the body camera. As Schull pulled up to one of the pumps, Officer Harrell, a 4-year veteran of the Texas City Police Department, approached him, leading to a series of back-and-forth arguments.
Is there any particular reason why you felt you needed to come through the parking lot like that?
I didn't think I did anything wrong. I just came over to get gas.
You were speeding and you cut through parking spaces. You know you can't do that.
Injuries will be confirmed on Robert.
I didn't think I was doing anything, man.
I mean, you
all
whooped
I'm
around.
doing is coming to get gas.
Yep. Oh, are we gonna go back and forth, or are you just gonna?
You asked me a question. You want me to answer it or not? I'm not.
Okay.
If anything, I thought I was going even slower than normal.
No, sir.
Normally people don't even park where you park, and that's the direct path to the gas pumps.
Through the parking spaces is the direct.
I do realize that. I know that there's parking spaces there.
And you almost hit that car that was turning right there. I was watching, man. As soon as you cut in front of me like that, I was like looking, and I watched it happen. So
I come here every day. There's almost never, ever, ever anybody. You were sitting there this morning. Now, last week for about 3 days, someone was parking there. But if I come here 365 days a year, which I do, there's someone sitting there maybe 10 times. So there's never, ever a car there. So yeah, I go through there because it's the straight path from the entryway to here, which is what you're going to see everybody else do it. But I mean, you know, I hear you, man. I got it. To you, it looked like I was going fast. To me, I thought I was going even slower than normal because I didn't want to get too close to you.
Officer Harrell questioned Scholl about speeding through the parking lot when he was coming in, but that was not the case, as Scholl tries to explain. Officer Harrell, however, didn't agree with him and then threatened to take Scholl to jail.
But you know you did wrong. You know you're not supposed to cut through the parking lot. And instead of being like, oh yeah, I messed up, sorry, it won't happen again, you want to sit here and go back and forth with me. Right?
There's a lot better things than this to be doing for you.
You're right. I was working on a report.
You can be over here. I mean, there's people right now running 90 miles an hour on the thing.
You want to go to jail?
So
you want to go to jail? You could go to jail for this.
You can do what you want to do. I can't stop.
I don't want to take you to jail.
No.
That is definitely a waste of my time.
I'll look that law up on private property too. I don't believe you'd have the authority to do anything here on this parking lot like that.
I could also take you to jail for Class B reckless driving.
Okay.
Or Class A reckless driving. Because you did almost hit that car.
I didn't almost hit anybody. I was nowhere near. There's cameras everywhere. You can do what you want to do, Harrell. I can't stop you. If you want to be this way, then that's up to you. I'm trying to be a reasonable person.
Are you having a bad day, sir? Is there a reason why you're acting like
I'm having a bad day because
you're
doing this to me.
Have I raised my voice to you at all, sir? You're the only one who's getting upset.
I'm upset because I think this is ridiculous. I think this whole thing is ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous.
For someone who goes to buy gas every day, it is safe to say that Scholl would know what and what not to do to avoid any trouble. To no one's surprise, their argument escalated, and Officer Harrell went ahead to put Scholl in handcuffs.
What specifically do you think is ridiculous?
That we're even talking about nothing happened, and here we are talking, and you're threatening to take me to jail.
No,
and so I shouldn't be getting upset?
I don't call it a threat, sir.
No, it's a threat. That is a threat. You're threatening me under color of law now to take something on private property, which I don't believe you even have the authority to do.
But now you're wondering, term, sir.
Okay.
It comes from black laws.
No, it's not. It's a Class A misdemeanor for you to threaten to arrest me over something that you know is not really true. But that's okay.
What's the penal code on that, sir?
Trust me. That's okay.
Trust you.
Okay.
We're
good.
Trust you.
We're good.
I don't feel like we are. I feel like this is this is a problem.
How is it a problem?
I feel like you're going to continue to commit these behaviors that are unsafe and put people at risk.
So
you don't feel like you did anything wrong.
Something that's possible they may do in the future. So now we're playing Jean-Claude Van Damme Future Cop, and you need to stop me from something I may do in the future. That's now your position. You're feeling like you should take action because maybe sometime in the future I might possibly continue to do something. Come on.
What is the law designed to do, sir?
Oh, I know you want
designed
compliance.
To stop people from doing
I know you want
they're not
voluntary
supposed
compliance.
to be doing.
I know you want voluntary compliance.
Okay, go ahead and put your hands on the back.
Wow.
For those of you who don't know, in Texas, traffic laws do not permit police to issue traffic tickets to people who fail to obey traffic signals while on private property. So, what Officer Harrell did was totally wrong. But even after being arrested, Scholl refused to be accused of what he did not do.
I'm just a little upset because I really, honestly...
Sir, I watched it happen. I was working on a report. I definitely have better things to do.
I didn't think that I did anything, Harold. I didn't think I did anything.
Well,
and
it was very frustrating. People don't think that. But I explained it to you, and then you wanted to argue with me.
Because I didn't think I did anything, Harrell.
I know I look young. This is not my first day on the job, sir. I promise.
It's nothing to do with any of that. I didn't think I did anything.
You almost hit that white truck.
I agree with you that that's what you think. Then there's nothing I can do to change your point of view.
It's going to be on the cameras. I'm going to get copies of it.
I didn't think I did anything. It was frustrating for me to try to explain to you that I didn't think that I did anything and you're not hearing me.
I hear you, sir. I disagree with you.
It is evident that Officer Harrell isn't going to listen to reason either. Later on, another officer arrived at the scene, and to prove that Harrell was in the wrong, Shull was later released.
I'm going to do this a different way. So the other officer has a ticket book he's going to let me use. You're going to be receiving the citation, okay? And, because I think going to jail is a bit excessive. But, well, I agree with you, but I didn't have another option. I don't have another ticket book, and I don't have a ticket writer with me. So we're going to do it that way, okay? Step out for me.
A month later, an internal investigation was launched, and the Texas City Police Chief penned a letter to the community announcing Harrell's termination. A surveillance camera showed that Shull was not speeding, as Harrell had said, and his citation was later dismissed. But if you thought corrupt cops trying to get away with crimes is just this, that's because you don't know the case of James Matt.
I cannot, sir.
Please.
I know you're aware of our body cam policy, and you know I cannot turn off this body cam.
This is Captain James Matt French of the OKCPD's Homicide Investigation Team, who, on March 12, 2023, was pulled over on suspicion of drunk driving by Sergeant Chris Skinner.
Stay in your vehicle. Back in your car.
I'm
drunk?
No, I'm the captain.
Huh? A what?
Captain.
Of what? Don't reach in your pocket. Get back in your car.
After pulling into the driveway of a home, French told Skinner he was an Oklahoma City police captain before shockingly pointing to his chest and telling Skinner to turn his body camera off.
You been drinking tonight?
I just got a ride.
You been drinking tonight, sir?
I'm a captain on the police department.
What police department?
Oklahoma City.
What division?
Investigations.
What are you doing pulling in here?
My mom and I stay here.
You been drinking?
Looking at French, it is evident that he's extremely drunk. What's more interesting, however, is to see how he blatantly asks for the body cam to be turned off. But despite his repeated demands, Skinner never wavered and refused to turn off his camera.
Please. Huh? I'm not turning my camera off.
Okay.
Go ahead and step out of the vehicle. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, we're not gonna get a return on it. How much we drink tonight, sir?
I was at a poker game.
Uh-huh. Because you were swerving all over me when you turned off here, you didn't use your signal.
I'm sorry.
How much you drink at your poker game?
Not much.
Not much? How much is not much?
I don't know.
Beer? Liquor?
Yeah.
How many beers?
3 or 4.
After confessing to drinking up to 3 or 4 beers a few hours earlier, French was then made to undergo some field tests to confirm he was drunk. Safe to say he didn't do that well.
I want you to follow the tip of my pen without moving your head, okay? Don't move your head, sir.
Sir,
going.
can you turn that off?
I cannot, sir.
Please.
I know you're aware of our body cam policy. You know I cannot turn off this body camera.
But I'd like to talk to you.
I can't do that, sir.
Please. Please. I'd like to talk to you.
Are you going to do the test or not?
Will you please talk to me?
I'll talk to you once we're done.
You can turn it off, you can turn it on.
I can turn it off once I'm done with my investigation, sir.
Okay. I'm asking you. I'm a captain on the police department.
I understand that, sir.
I get
And I am
that.
a sergeant on this police officer,
I
not
am
taking
not-
an oath to uphold the law.
I
don't
am
show
not-
favoritism to anyone, regardless. I don't care if you're a gangbanger or the president of the United States.
Sir, I'm not asking you for that.
If I was to treat you differently than I was to treat like some Southside loco or some pedo, how's that look on me?
Okay, I'm not asking you for that.
Because I wouldn't do that for any of them.
Sergeant Skinner, please.
As he struggles to maintain his balance, the captain again asks for Skinner to please turn off the body camera. The sad part is, French wouldn't have said, turn the camera off, unless it was very common for police officers to let other police officers get away with things like this. However, Officer Skinner wasn't going to let the captain off the hook and made him perform one more test.
Alright, anytime you're ready, you may begin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Captain French was subsequently arrested and later booked on charges of driving under the influence of alcohol and failure to signal the intention to turn. The captain was also placed on paid administrative leave while an internal investigation was conducted, which we all know what it really means.
That doesn't have to read what it reads. I can't go to jail.
Sit down. All right, that's fine. Sit down. No problem. You know. Sit down. You know. Sit down. No, sit down.
Here are 3 times when corrupt cops realize they've been caught. Starting with Midland County Sheriff Scott Stevenson, who was found unresponsive and slumped over the steering wheel on the side of the road on November 16, 2018. Kalkaska Sheriff's Deputy Ashley Van Sloten was dispatched to the location without any idea of what was going to happen next.
Sir. Sir? Pardon? Pardon? Sir, you need to wake up and talk to me. I don't understand. What are you doing? You're on the side of the road, slumped over. What's going on? What's that? I need to know you're all right. Right now, you don't look all right. What's your name?
Not seeing much response, Officer Ashley decides to go back to her car and calls emergency services, worried for the well-being of Stevenson.
What's going on today?
Oh, jeez.
Hey, firm, coming back. No
Holy
record.
shit. Ew,
Do you-
boy.
What is,
What do you got me lit up for?
I have you lighted up because we had a call. Well, first off, it's so no one hits us.
Yeah.
And second of all, someone called, said you were sitting on the side of the road, slumped over, which you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What's going on today?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
You gotta give me a little more than that. Not just, we don't all just sit down and sleep on the side of the road.
I know. I'm sorry.
Have you been drinking?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Bad.
Okay.
Bad. I'm not driving.
Right, but you... How did you get here is the question.
Yeah, I know. Bad dealio.
Where are you coming from?
Midland.
Midland?
I'm from Midland.
Stevenson is first seen completely unresponsive, and what's interesting, it's that he immediately confesses to drinking once asked, something pretty unusual in these types of situations. Then, Stevenson's behavior changes entirely as soon as EMS arrives on the scene.
Listen,
No, I don't know. I
Van
don't.
Sloten, hey, listen.
I don't know who you are.
I'm the Midland County Sheriff. I'm good. I had a bad day. Okay, I don't need EMS. I don't need you. It'd be cool if we, what you know, but I do not need EMS. Where are you?
Kalkaska. This is Kalkaska County. He's all right.
We're good.
Step out. Yeah, step out. Talk to them. We're gonna need to know you're all right because they already have been called. You know the drill.
Once emergency services arrive, it appears as if Stevenson realized that he could be even more compromised if, for example, a breathalyzer test was done on him. Then, as Kalkaska County Sheriff Jerry Cannon arrives on the scene, Van Sloten has Stevenson perform several sobriety tests, which Stevenson fails miserably at.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, can't really do, 9.
You're on a slant here.
Okay, ready?
Ready. Ready when you are.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do right or left foot.
It's up to you. Whichever one's more comfortable for you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Officer Van Sloten then makes Stevenson take a breathalyzer test, and here's when things get heated.
Okay. Blow, 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 blow.
Is that good?
Might be.
Oh, Jerry. Well, you know what? Hey, man. Jesus Christ, I'm Brandon. I know the situation I'm putting you in. Jerry.
Heading
Jesus Christ.
52816.
Give me a. Try to help me out, man. I can't go to jail for.
5281650.
Seriously.
Seeing the test has given 0.23, Sheriff Stevenson knows he's in big trouble, and he won't go down without a fight.
That doesn't have to read what it reads. Jesus Christ, Jerry. I'm I got my uncle that's going to goddamn nursing home. My mom's fucking the same way. I have nothing. My brother and I it's been a bad day, Jerry. Jesus Christ. Please help me, man. Please help me. Man, help me. I got enough shit on my plate right now. I don't fucking need that. You know how fucking embarrassing this is? Do you know how embarrassing this is, Jerry?
I can imagine.
Jesus Christ. And Van Sloten, I mean, fucking A. Give me a. I'm not gonna get into a goddamn accident or something. I'm not gonna hurt anybody. Jesus Christ. Please help me. Please.
I want to, but I mean.
Jesus Christ, Van Sloten. You can. You can, Jerry. Goddamn, Jerry. Are you serious? I can't go to jail for drunk driving, man.
You created this situation.
Okay.
You know this. And it's a sandwich and you're throwing it at her feet.
I'm not trying to throw it at her
I know.
feet.
I know.
So
I understand you're upset.
I am so sorry.
And everyone has it. I know. You don't have to apologize to me.
I was pulled over on the fucking road, man.
I know.
It's not like I hit somebody or it was.
I know.
I pulled over. I'm like, I gotta.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I don't.
Slogan, please fucking help me out, man. Just fucking please fucking help me out. Jesus Christ. Jerry.
It's not my call. I mean,
It is your call to a certain extent.
Well.
It is. Where's your sergeant? I mean, Jesus Christ, Jerry. Come on, man. I got chili in the back of my goddamn car to go to your place, man. Jerry, this is not the end of the world, man. I was pulled over. I was already over. I wasn't knocking anybody off the road. I was here, Jerry. Jesus Christ, I was here. I'm going up to your place. Just please don't.
You put me in a spot where
understand.
You know what I mean? You put me in a spot that I have control over, but you know that morally I can't just let you go.
Don't then get a hook and take my car, and I'll go with the hook and whatever. Be there for 8 hours or whatever. I don't give a but you can't take me, man. Don't do that. I'm a sheriff, man.
Stevenson's behavior with Van Sloten in Sheriff Cannon's absence is enraging, and not only has she been giving him ample time and consideration, more so than they would do with a normal citizen, but he continues to ask and beg the officer for her not to take him to jail, which if she were to do, she'd be fired once the truth is revealed. Then, shockingly, as the sheriff explains what's going to happen, he says, it's not like the old days, once again reinforcing how important body cams are for these situations.
Yep.
Gotta go. Mm-hmm. I'll take responsibility for this, so you don't have to tow or...
Okay. I'm so sorry.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, you got to kick in.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry.
Everybody. I mean, it's on the radio. It's
yeah.
They don't. It's just the cat's out of the bag, and it's not like the old days.
Jesus Christ! I can't go to jail for drunk driving. God damn it! Are you me? Can you not just? Can I just not get this car towed and put me? I don't know, Jerry. Come on. Are you me?
I'm not. It's as serious as the heart attack, and you know it.
Jesus Christ. Are you me? You gotta arrest me for drunk driving.
We've already been through this.
All right, Jerry.
Lock her up. Give me the keys. It'll be at my house.
I'm so. My brother's gonna be. Jesus Christ. My life's taking a change. I am Jerry.
Stevenson was later brought down to the station, surprisingly, with all of his belongings on him and no cuffs. Fortunately, he was later booked on DUI charges. Stevenson was sentenced to just 1 year of probation as he pleaded guilty to being intoxicated. And if you're wondering, he didn't lose his job and continued being a sheriff until 2020. And we all know that whenever something happens, a supervisor is one of the first figures to be called on the scene. But what happens when it's the supervisor, the one who's committed a crime? On January 1st, 2021, Gainesville Corporal Scott Bertzyk had been driving in Florida when he reached down for his lighter and crashed into a vehicle that had just started to move. Officer Brooke Shutterly responded to the scene immediately and noticed something off about her supervisor.
Yeah, reached down for my lighter, slammed into his ass.
Cool.
No, not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do an information exchange?
So he does. Now I found it.
Okay. Well. Okay.
You want to information exchange? Now I found it.
Alright. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
Your airbag went off. Your car's up.
No, absolutely. Which I just
That sucks. Police Neil's off. He can come give you a ride. Do you want me to let him know you found the insurance? Well, maybe you should not do that then. So, you want me to let him know you found your insurance, see if he wants to do an information exchange?
Officer Brooke immediately recognizes her supervisor, which it's clearly drunk and even laughs when thinking of the situation. As the officer approaches the victim, we can see their car, and we can safely say it's not lightly damaged.
So, he mentioned you guys had talked about exchanging information, but he hadn't had his insurance pulled up.
Yeah.
We have a couple options with this. It's really cut and dry, so if you want to just go through insurance, you can. If you want a full-fledged report, we can do that. However you want to go about it.
After explaining some insurance details to the victim, we can see some wrong things with the way Shutterly handles the victim that tells us she is taking the side of her supervisor instead of being neutral.
So a couple things. One, do you mind giving me like a couple feet? One, because I like personal space, and two, because cigarette smoke really, it tears me up a little bit. Give me just, like I said, it'll probably take me about 15-20 minutes, and then I'll get that done for you, okay? No, we don't take pictures of it, because crashes are civil. Yeah, whenever we do any kind of crash reports or anything, unless there's a DUI involved or, you know, like a hit and run or something, a criminal aspect, we don't usually take photos. Thank you. You know I don't need that. Should hypothetically auto-populate. Give me a second, because I'm going to call Priester and see if he needs me to do anything special since it's one of us.
Yep.
So, give me a minute. Sorry, Birdie.
Referring to her supervisor by his nickname, Birdie, and saying she would try to see if she could help him out of the situation is only making matters worse. She also fails to inform the victim that he had been involved in a DUI accident without mentioning how she treated him in a completely different way as she did with her supervisor. Then, after she's dealt with the victim, things take a turn as she informs Bertzyk that he is going to be detained.
So, Birdie, you giving me some indicators?
Oh.
Listen.
Woman.
Listen. Valdez is coming out just to... I'm not going to lie to you about it.
She's on her way?
Yeah, she's on her way.
7610.
Because I'm not really comfortable with this whole thing at all. But I'm not going to lie to you about it.
Oh, no. I don't mean to put you in that Yep.
Yeah. So... from now on, you know how it goes. You can't consume anything, okay? Because right now, you're being detained.
Wait, what?
And this is when Birdie realized he wasn't going to get out of this situation as easily as he had thought.
I'm holding on to you because I have a supervisor coming to see if I need to do a full-fledged DUI investigation or not.
Gotcha, all your CPD channel 1 is cleared 1033. All your customer operations back on channel 1 for 29 hours.
So please don't make my life difficult.
I would never do that to you.
Okay. I'm very uncomfortable right now.
And I apologize for putting you in that position.
Okay.
After being notified and apologizing, it seems as if Bertzyk still thinks he can get away with it until he realizes that everything's being recorded.
Are you on?
Yes. Yes, I am. And I'm going to remain on.
Fair enough.
Because integrity.
Not long after this, we can see how Bertzyk goes through a period of realizations as he acknowledges he's in big trouble.
That personal life being up there.
I'm not going to say anything.
It's up there. I don't give
I mean about this.
I'm not drunk. I'm pissed and I'm tired. Me. She did it. I don't give a what the man?
Bravo 23 unit from all channels, 1014.
Whatever. Divorce is divorce. I feel.
As a supervising officer arrives on scene, Bertzyk is made to perform several sobriety tests, which we can say he doesn't perform really well.
You may begin the test. Begin the exercise.
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014.
You can stop.
Perfect.
Having failed the tests completely, Bertzyk is told he will be arrested. While arresting Bertzyk, Shutterly says she wouldn't cuff him, but he asks her to, as the victims had stayed to watch the officer get arrested as they waited for the tow company.
Take them around to your driver's side.
Yeah.
There you go.
Listen to me.
Put them on.
I'm not gonna cuff you.
Oh, yes you are, because they're watching.
No.
Yes you are, they're watching.
Okay. We'll cuff you over by my car.
Yes you will.
Yes.
They're watching.
Yes.
Supervisor Bertzyk was finally sentenced to fines totaling $974, 50 hours of community service, various substance abuse, DUI classes, and a 6-month driver's license suspension. He was also sued by the driver and passenger of the vehicle he struck, and a settlement was reached in that case. But not all drunk cops complied with the arresting officer though, as this next one tried to flee the scene. East Cleveland SWAT detective Joe Marche had been found intoxicated and slumped over the wheel by Ohio police.
Said he's breathing. I don't know, he's breathing. See if the door's unlocked. All right, I can't tell if it's in gear or not. All right. Police! Open the window. Open the window. Sir, open the window.
Marche had locked the doors and was unwilling to get out of the car. Then all of a sudden, he does something you wouldn't expect from a detective.
Open the window. Stop! Stop! I can't reach. Stop now! Okay, open the door. I can't go get the switch yet.
No! Stop! No!
No! No!
No! Put your
Police
hands
department,
up.
stop!
Put your hands up right now. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
When Marche was finally handcuffed, an officer found a loaded MP7 automatic weapon in his police bag, along with several items from his personal kit. Seeing this, and the fact he's absolutely out of his mind, he's taken to the station. Once there, Marche surprisingly has sobered up and realizes he's caught in a mess, but he won't go down without putting up a fight.
My name's Officer Trusso. You can call me Vince, okay? I'm OIC tonight. Alright? I'm gonna uncuff you. Joe, no problems, right? Oh. Man to man. Excuse me. Listen to me, man. Okay? I'll just stand up and uncuff you, okay?
Contrary to what they would do to 99% of people, they uncuffed Joe as soon as he got to the station to later interrogate him further.
You're being arrested for the OVI. You put my partners in a bad position, okay?
Bro, I shouldn't be arrested for anything.
Listen, well, you put them in a position. Then you start resisting.
I didn't resist anything.
Okay, listen.
I didn't resist anything.
All right, well, this is what we're doing. We're having some of your teammates are coming to pick the car up and everything. Joe.
Okay.
Listen, with due respect, sir. Listen to me. I'm going to give you respect.
All right.
Listen to me.
Please do.
You're wasted. You sit down. Sit down, Joe.
Hey,
Joe, sit
that?
down. I know
that.
Sit down.
That should definitely not be happening. Everybody knows a weapon is dangerous. Now imagine a dangerous weapon in the hands of a drunk person. What's more shocking is not this, but how the officers didn't retrieve the gun from him before.
I can't drive around drunk and have my weapon on me. We shouldn't be able to do that, sir. On top of it, you have all your turnout gear, your kit in the back. Then your fucking MP7 in the back.
I do.
Oh, come on. Sir?
I do.
I'm not trying, no disrespect at all. I respect
well, you. Know what?
All right? You were passed out on my side street.
Right.
All right? Listen, we got some of your teammates are coming down to pick up your vehicle. We're going to process you, and then they're going to come here and pick you up. I need to ask you, is that your service weapon, or is that an off-duty?
No, it's my service weapon.
Your service weapon? East Cleveland owns that?
Yep.
Okay. Hate to do this to you. I really do.
I'm not doing anything.
Oh, sit down. Sit down.
I'm not doing that.
Joe. All right, that's fine. Sit down. No problem.
You know.
Sit down.
You know.
Sit down, Joe. Sit down, please.
No.
Sit down. I do. I get it. But you put my teammates in a bad position. And I get it.
How do I put your guys in a bad position?
Joe, you were passed out on the side of the street, sir.
Okay.
You were passed out over there. Listen. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can talk.
No, go ahead.
You were passed out on the side of the street. My partner had to freaking knock on the window several times. You put it in park and went to drive away. And I know for a fact the way you're handling yourself right now, if this was EC and someone did that to you, you'd be doing the same thing, sir.
You know what?
You know I'm right.
You know I'll
right?
Tell you what. I'll tell you what.
You're starting to smirk because you know I'm right.
No, I'll tell you what. I probably would.
I know. I know.
I probably would. But I would not jam up one of your guys.
What am I supposed to do?
You're jamming me up.
I'm not jamming you up.
Yes, you
are. I'm processing you and having your teammates come and get you.
Jamming me up, bro.
I'm not.
Jamming
Calm
me
down.
up. You're jamming me up.
You put my guys in a bad position. You did.
Oh, man.
You did.
Come on, man.
Did. You're not doing any of this?
No.
All right, I got to read you the form anyway, so just hold that. You read the receipt for me. I got you.
Are you kidding me?
Nothing I can do about it. I got to do my job, man.
Let me tell you something. I'll tell you what. Do your job. But I'll tell you what. Come on the other side of the bridge. I'll do my job.
We're on the same team, bro. Okay?
Exactly.
I gotta look out for my teammates.
Absolutely.
I gotta look out for my teammates. You understand me, Joe?
Not only does the officer speak to him as if he was some type of mafia boss, but Detective Joe even dares threatening the officer, saying he'll do his job if he finds him in his jurisdiction.
One day.
You threaten me, dude.
No, I'm not
okay.
You.
I don't want to do this, man, but
I'm threatened. Now I'm threatened.
Listen.
Come on,
I don't want to.
Hopefully there's cameras.
Yes, there is cameras.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right.
I'm not threatening you at all.
Marche had his driver's license suspended and only received a 30-day suspension without pay. But is that enough for a drunk cop who's armed? Let us know in the comments. Crazy people are everywhere, but what happens when they take on the role of police officers?
Please do not ruin my career. Please, please, please.
Here are 3 of the most shocking cases when fake cops realize they've been caught. Starting with 26-year-old Casey Williams, who, on April 8, 2021, had been waiting at an intersection with his car, flashing his red and blue lights to civilians. Not long after, Whitefall officers arrived on the scene to see what was going on.
So, you're an actual Cleveland police officer?
No, I'm not with Cleveland PD. I work for Cleveland Watchmen. We're a security company that hires only off-duty police officers to do traffic control for...
Are you an off-duty police officer?
Yeah.
So, who are you with?
Pickaway Sheriff's Office.
Pickaway?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're out of Ohio, and you're here working in Franklin County in Whitehall as an off-duty police officer.
No, I'm working as a security guard. So we do.
No, your uniform marked as a police officer. You're working as a police officer right now with a car that has red and blue lights on it.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got some paperwork I can give to you from...
Absolutely, and I'll need to get your information. I've been asked to come up here by my deputy chief and get that.
Okay.
Casey told the cop he was an off-duty officer working a special duty detail for watchmen based in Cleveland. But because his story quickly showed gaps, saying he's a bodyguard but has a police uniform, the officer knew something was off.
Are you full-time over in Pickaway?
I live in Pickaway, so... One second.
74 to 105.
So I left the sheriff's office there. I'm going to, I was full-time there. I left full-time as a jail up there.
So you're not even a police officer?
Currently, I'm starting a new commission with a village up in Richland County, so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not even a police officer. You're currently not a full-time or a part-time police officer anywhere?
Reserve.
Okay, where are you a reserve officer at?
So, give me a second. I'll give you the name of the village because it got hooked up through the company here that I'm working with. So.
Okay, do you have an ID from that village?
Not with me, no.
Not with you?
No.
So you don't have an ID, you don't have a badge. What's the badge you were displaying earlier?
Sorry?
What's the badge you were displaying earlier?
What do you mean?
Do you have a badge?
Yes.
What was that badge you were displaying earlier?
That's my old Pickaway one.
So you have a Pickaway County badge, but you don't work for them?
It's a previous one from there, yeah.
All right. Yeah. You have that with you currently?
Yeah, it's a flex badge.
Can I see that, please?
Yeah.
At this point, it is clear that Casey is lying, and the officer confirms it with every question he asks, but he can't yet come to any conclusions. Some minutes later, other police officers arrived at the scene, and they were briefed about the situation. It is here we are notified that the badge Casey was wearing is actually made out of plastic.
Here, tell me what's wrong with it.
It's plastic.
Yeah, that's what he was displaying. And he's armed and everything.
Have we taken his firearm?
Not yet. See, this is who he works for, which is, he's in the military.
Yeah, that's screen printed.
He's in the military. The guy who owns his company is his commanding officer. Some sergeant, first sergeant, sounds like. All right. And they got hired to do this company here, area-wide protection. He says he used to work.
It was AWP was on one of those trucks.
Yeah, well, no, that's them. They're separate. So he says he now works for the village of Glenmont, Ohio. He used to work in Pickaway County. I said, so you're currently not certified anywhere? And he goes, well, I'm a reserve officer. I said, give me an ID or a badge. He said, well, I don't have one because they're trying to get that to do it. So he's over there with his boss, who is a military officer. All these people are related to the military. Casey Williams.
Oh, yeah.
He's over there. You know him?
Yeah, he was fired from Pickaway.
Oh, okay. Well, he's displaying their badge out here.
That's a maid badge. That's not our badge.
Right, yeah.
We don't provide those and we don't approve those.
Well,
yeah.
Another police officer shows up and confirms that Casey worked in Pickaway, but was fired. Little by little, things were starting to escalate for Casey. The police then confronted Casey with their findings, but when asked again if he was a commissioned police officer, he continued to avoid the question.
Okay, so I can't get a hold of the chief from Richland Township, which is Glenmont.
It's Richland Township?
Yeah.
So it's a township police department,
No,
or
it's the
is it
village? Village in Richland Township. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a village in Richland.
But you have no ID from them,
No,
all right?
no.
And have you ever been sworn in by them?
I've talked to the chief.
No. I'm asking you a direct question. Have you been sworn in
now,
by
it's
them?
very important you answer this correctly, because being a former police officer or someday a current police officer, you know if you lie in this situation, you go directly to jail.
No, I'm not.
So I'm going to put that right
listen,
up.
I'm not.
So
trying,
if
I'm
you
not,
are telling me you are a police officer right now, is that what you're telling me? So you are not a commissioned police officer.
I spoke with the chief.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm asking you one question. Are you a commissioned police officer through the state of Ohio?
I have an OPUDA certificate.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's not what we're asking you.
I'm explaining to you.
No, you're not. You're not answering the question. You're avoiding the question. It's very simple. Are you a sworn police officer anywhere in the state of Ohio with any department?
Not currently.
Okay, that's
not
the question.
Not currently. I'm unsure.
You can't be unsure.
You can't be unsure.
You would have to raise your hand, swear, sign a form, and you would get paperwork on that.
The police officers then put all the evidence against him together and concluded that he was actually an impersonator of a law enforcement officer.
I found a good paying job, and I was told by the guys, like, hey, we'll take care of a commission, we'll get it taken care of, it's no big deal. I come out here, I was told, hey, you can start, make some money. That's all I was trying to do. Please do not, I'm asking you for courtesy, man to man. Please do not ruin my career. Please, please, please.
I think you did that kind of on your own, Casey.
Please.
All right.
Casey finally realizes the extent of the situation and begs that they don't ruin his career, but there was no way the officers were going to let him off the hook.
The Pickaway County, you knew you didn't work for Pickaway County. You displayed that badge, all right? You're out here acting in a law enforcement capacity, displaying a badge that you have no right to have, or a facsimile of a badge. That's not even a real badge. Yeah. You were aware of that, okay?
It's not real.
Okay, so, all right, you're going to be charged.
Oh, seriously?
I'm serious, okay? Now, we're going to be nice about this, okay? And we're going to take you over, and you can take your gun belt off, and you can set it on the hood of that car, okay? And we're going to take you in. We don't have to handcuff you. This officer is going to pat you down, all right? And we'll let you out, all right, on a summons, all right?
After going slightly easy on Casey and confiscating everything he had on him, the police proceeded to search his car. They found more things that completely changed the gravity of the matter and their take on the case.
All right, and it's loaded, right? Okay, we're not gonna,
The police officers found a rifle along with a deputy sheriff jacket in the trunk of Casey's cruiser. The officers wasted no time in putting Casey in handcuffs and under arrest.
Listen, man, there's just way too much. You've got a code in there that doesn't belong to you. That's got deputy sheriff stuff on there. You got a loaded rifle. You're a traffic guy, man. That's all your detail's going to be. What active shooter situation are you going into? That you need to carry a loaded rifle and rifle plates.
They're not.
Listen, this is all because we're trying to look cool, whatever. I get it. Well, you're completely in the wrong. That's all I can tell you. Go ahead and put your foot in there.
Casey faced felony charges and was accused of impersonating a police officer and improperly handling a firearm. But if you think Casey is the only one capable of using a badge and a gun and pretending to be law enforcement, that's because you don't know John Switzer. 67-year-old John Switzer, a so-called former NYPD officer, handcuffed his neighbor's wife on May 3, 2021, because they were supposedly playing loud music. Shortly after this incident, police officers arrived in response to a 911 call reporting the disturbance.
You come my house, you locked my wife?
What?
You come my house, you locked my wife?
Who?
Okay, this guy, over there.
Who is he?
This guy.
Come here. Come here.
So that's hurt my hand right now. That's so hurt. Ow!
Yeah, they're not comfortable. Hold on, let me get them off.
Ow! Ow! Oh!
If you stop moving, I'll get them off. If you move, it's gonna be harder.
Ah. Thank you, sir. I don't do anything wrong. Why are you doing it to me?
Relax. I'm gonna talk to you in a minute.
Okay.
We start by seeing something pretty unusual. a Vietnamese woman handcuffed at the scene, but no police cars or any lights are visible.
Do you guys know this guy?
I don't know. He's over
Can
there.
you stop yelling? Oh, thank you.
He say he the police.
I'm so scared.
He said what?
He say he the police. He come my house. He say he the police. He the officer. He come my house. He locked to my wife.
He just walked in your house?
Yes. He walked to my house and he locked to my wife.
And he got a gun too.
He got a gun too.
I'm scared.
Okay. What were you doing? Why would he do
I
that?
We don't know. We just sit here and he tell my wife come out. He locked to my wife.
Too many times already.
He too many times already. Not one time.
Inside it, you know.
He come to my house, locked to my
Are
wife.
you guys Vietnamese?
Yeah.
We are Vietnamese here. We don't let me. We are stay
What's
here.
going on with him? I don't know.
13 to 11.
Too many times. Too many times. You see the music that's too loud.
Okay,
You see the music too loud.
You get 51 for translation.
And he got the gun too. He come to my house right here.
Hey, I'm going to have a deputy that speaks Vietnamese come. That way this makes more sense. Because I'm having a hard time following your broken English.
I need you to help me, sir.
Okay.
The officer asked the family what had happened, but was having a hard time understanding what they were saying. Meanwhile, another police officer approached John, the so-called officer who handcuffed the woman, and questioned him about the situation.
They started an uprising with the music, being very loud, very boisterous. I told them, I said, please turn it down. The guy right there in the jeans who was talking to the other officer, he hit me. And
who is
was,
it that hit you?
Pardon me?
Who is it that hit you?
The gentleman right there in front of the other light.
The one that's lighting the cigarette?
Okay. He hit me and she was being very belligerent and I wanted to keep her away. I put her in cuffs. I'm a former officer up in New York and I'm just upset with her.
So you put handcuffs on somebody?
Yes, I did.
Because you were upset with her?
Well, no, because I'm tired of the shit, plus he hit me. I know it's probably wrong.
What did she have anything to do with this?
She was getting in my face.
John mentions how the neighbors were being loud and boisterous, and how the husband had hit him when he confronted them. He also mentions that he handcuffed the woman because she was all over his face. Later on, a chat with John revealed how he used to be on the New York police force before quitting.
You like working the midnight shift?
Been working it for almost 7 years.
Really?
So, yeah.
How many years have you been on?
Almost 7 years.
Really? Yeah, I spent 25 in New York.
What part of New York?
Actually inside the city, part of the 2-2, which is Central Park area. And after 9/11, I had to go.
A few minutes passed, and another police officer who spoke Vietnamese arrived at the scene and asked the woman to explain her side of the story. And her side of the story quite differs from John's.
Dạ. Con tên là Thuận. Để như muốn giải thích cái câu chuyện, giúp con này giải thích câu chuyện bữa nay bị gì, tại sao từ đầu tới cuối nha.
Ok. Chị thì ở bên nhà của con bé bên kia, tại đi làm về nó hàng xóm đó. Thì chị ngồi hai chị em nói chuyện với nhau.
Chị ở đó hả?
Không, chị ở đây. Nhưng mà hàng xóm anh em ngồi ở đây thì ở đây, nhưng mà chị là ok, em út nó đi làm về cực khổ. Thì nó mời qua ăn cơm thì chị không có ăn, chị ngồi nói chuyện với nó thì chị thấy ông mở cửa. Cái ông đó ông mở cửa mà ông cầm cây súng với cây còng qua nữa, chị thấy chị sợ quá. Ủa chuyện gì vậy? Cây súng nữa em.
Ở đâu? Là cầm để bên hông hay là...
Không, ổng cầm ổng đi về nè với lại cái còng. Thì ổng mắc một chồng của chị ra, tại vì chồng của chị uống bia. Khi mà chị chạy theo chị thấy chồng chị uống bia, chị muốn ém đi cho bồ. Nên chị nói đấy thì cứ ngồi đó để em thấy ca.
Đợi chút nha. Lúc mà cái súng thấy màu gì ạ?
Màu đen em.
Nhỏ hay lớn bự vậy?
Hình như là nó cũng cỡ vài ba dai vậy.
Đợi chút nha.
Nhưng mà nó nói là nó là cảnh sát, nó muốn bắt ai anytime nó được quyền bắt. Thì chị mới hỏi ổng chứ chị làm cái gì sai mà ổng đòi còng chị. Thì ổng nói một câu, tại vì ổng là cảnh sát music của mày làm cho tao không có feel comfortable. Rồi cái ổng nói mày put your hand out, còng là ổng còng chị. Thì lúc đó thì ok, ổng còng chị siết quá chị đau, chị không biết làm sao. Chồng chị nó giận lắm, chị nói đấy đi anh cứ ngồi im đó cho em. Ở Mỹ thì có luật pháp, ok em gọi điện thoại là nó lại nó ép liền, anh không cần ra tay. Thì chồng chị thấy chị đau quá, chị gên thì thằng chồng của chị thật sự có nói lợi xô ổng đi ra khỏi property của chị. Rồi ổng thấy vậy ổng mới nói ok come here, ổng mở cổng ra cho chị nói không, mày đã làm rồi thì ok, để tao muốn người khác đến đây để cho tao biết là mày đối xử với người Việt Nam của tao là như vậy.
Hearing this verdict, one could start to think that maybe John wasn't being that honest when he said he was a police officer after all.
Does she want to press charges against him?
Lúc mà còn có chuyện cái còng mà anh
Explain, make sure she understands that what he did was illegal, that he is not an officer and he cannot do that, and does she want to press charges?
cái anh nữa là không phải cảnh sát. Okay. Cái chuyện mà anh đó làm đó là không có đúng. Okay. Cái này là cô bị còng á là không có đúng. Cô muốn anh đó đi tù hay không?
Yes. Yes, you have to do the law.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to do the law, please.
Okay.
After this, the officer approached John and asked for further details on the incident.
So when you first went over there, did you identify yourself as a law enforcement officer and have a badge and gun in your possession?
They know that I am.
That you are a law enforcement
Yes,
officer?
ma'am. Former law enforcement officer.
Okay, there's a big difference.
Well, yes, I agree.
So did you specifically say, I am a police officer?
Not to them, no.
Okay, did you
Because I am not.
Did you have a badge that you showed to them?
No, I have not.
Okay, did you have a gun in your hand that you were...
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you did not have a gun?
No, ma'am, I have my cell phone.
Okay. Okay, so you said you had your cell phone in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever think about dialing 911 to allow us the opportunity to deal with this instead of...
I was on the phone with dispatch at the time to get,
At the time that you placed her in handcuffs?
No, before.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you, is if you had your cell phone in your hand and that's what you were holding, why not just call 911 instead of putting her in handcuffs because she was being boisterous?
My bad. I agree. I could have used the situation better.
Having heard enough incriminating facts, the police officers and John know he was in the wrong. The officers immediately arrested John before he was put in the back seat of their car. Then, the truth is revealed.
And the badge that you have on the holster right by the door that says Florida Investigator Sergeant, where did that come from?
I was a private investigator at one time.
A private investigator? Yeah. Okay, but not law enforcement?
No.
Okay.
John was never a police officer, and he was just pretending to be one all of this time. John was evidently charged with impersonating a police officer and unlawfully handcuffing a civilian. Other than John is a man called Omar Forde, whose supposed good intentions took a really unlucky turn. 43-year-old Omar Forde, on March 29, 2020, pulled over an off-duty Orlando police officer for what he perceived to be erratic driving. Little did he know, this was going to be one of the worst decisions he'd ever make. A Castleberry police officer was immediately called to the scene by the off-duty officer Zachary Price, knowing something wasn't right.
But did he have all his lights on?
Yeah, all of them. The front and everything. And then he had a siren on too. And I could hear it because I had the top down. It's like, wee, 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 and he's like changing between the siren tones, and he's like right on my ass, and I'm like, is this guy trying to pull me over because he has white lights? And then I'm like, I don't know what he's doing, and then he goes, pulls up next to me with his window down, his light's still on, he goes, you need to slow the down when you're passing me. And I'm like, are you pulling me over? And he goes, you just need to slow down right now. And I'm like, so I stopped. And I'm like, okay, like, are you trying to pull me over? So then I just called 911. I'm like, hey.
But when Omar was asked what had happened, he gave a different story.
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
What's going on? Where are you security at?
I work over in Winter Park at Central Place. I went to the Wawa, and while I'm going home, the gentleman flew past me, and his car danced. So I thought he might have been intoxicated. I didn't want him to hurt himself. So I blew my horn and I flashed the light, and I put my speaker up and I pulled next to him and said, hey, slow down, you're gonna hurt yourself. And then I kept on driving, and he looked like he was gonna follow. He started following me. So I made a U-turn. I think he may have got in road rage or something. I'm like, I don't want to get into any altercation. I just didn't want to hurt himself. I made the U-turn. And then he kept on following me. So I came here to make another U-turn. And then when I seen him, he was behind me. I said, well, maybe something is wrong. because he kept following me. I said, well, maybe something's wrong. Let me get out and find out. I said, hey, when I got out, he said, oh, stay in your vehicles. I said, well, I don't know what the heck is going on at this point. I just didn't want him to get into an accident because, you know, it was doing pretty fast, and the car kind of did a little fishtail for him. I just didn't want him to get hurt, that's all it was.
Omar gives his side of the story that slightly differs from that of Officer Zachary, and here we find out that he's actually a security guard, not a police officer. However, officials explained that what he did was wrong, and that he could be mistaken for being an actual police officer.
The issue we have here is you're dressed as law enforcement. You're in a vehicle that's outfitted as law enforcement. So therefore, somebody's going to mistake you as law enforcement when you're not law enforcement.
But I never got out the vehicle.
Okay, but usually when a concerned citizen sees somebody that they believe to be impaired, they call us. They don't flash lights.
I was on the phone at the same time.
So what lights did you flash?
I have my takedowns.
So you flashed your takedowns?
Yeah. I thought it was an issue if you like pulled someone over and got out and, you know, went through the whole thing. I didn't know.
No, you're taking lawful action to sit there and try to stop the vehicle.
But I didn't want to stop him. I didn't try to stop him.
To let him know, to notify him, to do whatever you're trying to do.
Well, I didn't know that. I thought, you know, as a concern,
you're taking
this as a concern for someone.
Right, but if you were a concerned citizen, you should call the police. You're not supposed to take your security.
I got on the phone.
But again, you're not supposed to take security action on the road. That's where you're wrong.
Okay.
Forde insists that he was not trying to impersonate a police officer, but he's informed that if he were to stop a regular person, they might easily think he's an actual cop because of how his vehicle and uniform look. When a detective arrived at the scene, he and one of the officials discussed whether Omar should be filed or not.
What do you think, Detective?
Instructions aren't very helpful.
No, but he took action based off of hitting the lights, the siren, and the PA.
It's a shame he wasn't getting him to pull over. That would have made it more cut and dry.
Yeah.
He was just saying pull over. He was just saying slow down, but
I think we can file on this.
Probably. And he never got out and like presented himself.
No badge.
As he just threw his vehicle's actions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you certainly could still file it.
Yeah, we'll file it.
The real officers decide to file Omar with impersonation. Although Omar didn't say pull over or present himself as a police officer, he performed all the vehicle actions of an actual police officer, this being enough for the officers to charge him.
First, you're suspended for 3 years. Apparently you got 7 suspensions. You can't be driving, man.
I'll just park the car.
Well, I mean, we can't. I mean, this has got a lot of stuff in it. I don't want somebody getting into this car. So
when
when
you
you
pull it into the neighborhood right there and park it.
well, that'd be the worst place to park it.
Well,
is inside of a neighborhood.
I live like 3 lights down.
I mean, it's on you what you want to do with this vehicle, but I highly suggest against it. I would prefer you call somebody at home that's got a license and y'all take this vehicle to the house.
I could do that too.
That's the first issue. All right. Second issue, under Florida statute, this is textbook impersonating law enforcement officer. All right.
I was not trying to
listen. All right.
I understand what you're saying.
By the way this vehicle looks, by the way you're dressed with the insignia.
Well, this is the company's uniform.
Okay, I understand that. But when you try to pull over a citizen, you know, a citizen would mistake this all day for a law enforcement officer.
But
this
that's
looks
why I
exactly.
didn't get out. I didn't get out or anything.
Okay, but you still, on your way home from work, you hit your strobes. According to him, you hit your siren, and you cycled through 2 different sirens. Right? You can't do that. You're not allowed to impersonate or to, try to do your own traffic stop. A regular citizen would call us immediately, and we get these calls all the time about a vehicle they suspect to be in DUI. And we come out, we get behind the vehicle, and because we've been to the schools, we can pick up cues that would give us probable cause to pull that vehicle over. So before we can even hit our lights, we have to have probable cause, and we're trained to detect probable cause and determine what probable cause is. You're not. But you hit your strobes, and according to him, you hit a siren. All right, he thought you were LEO. So, I mean, you're not going to be arrested, but there is going to be charges filed on you. All right, and they're going to go to the state attorney, and the state attorney is going to determine what they're going to do from there. All right, but I mean, you could be arrested on two separate things tonight. Okay. For one, driving while your license is invalid, and impersonating LEO. Okay. All right. I'm not going to arrest you, but we're going to document the incident, and we're going to send it up to the state attorney to let them determine.
The officer tells Omar that he's not going to be arrested, but he is going to be charged and could be arrested for driving without a valid license and for impersonating a police officer. He was then told to call someone to come pick up his car from the road.
You want to get on the phone and get somebody down here? We can get this, vehicle off the road and not parked in a neighborhood where it's going to get burglarized. I think that's the best course of action. Well, I mean, I'm a cop in Castleberry. This is the city of Castleberry, so I know we
try to burglarize this.
Hey, I'm telling you, man.
What?
Forde was booked into the county jail on September 8, 2020, but later released after posting a $2,000 bond.
I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I'm invoking my right to have my attorney present during questions. I'm not answering questions. I'm not giving you ID.
We have the right during an investigation to identify you.
I'm not identifying myself.
So you're going to end up going to jail.
I told him my name is Jeff, and that's all I'm giving you.
Hey, no, if you want to give us your information, then that's fine. But we still have to.
Am I being detained at this point?
Yes.
For what?
For the identification of you, which is an investigation that they started.
Okay, I'm not giving any identification. I'd like to remain silent.
Okay. At this point, you're being detained.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you straight. Are you of the opinion that Officer Beatty and Officer Galt violated this subject's civil rights based on your review of the video evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
This is Sergeant Richard Kirkland, and these two are Officers Kay Beatty and Brett Galt, being interrogated for an investigation taken by the New Smyrna Beach Police Department following the illegal detention of an innocent veteran named Jeffrey Gray. In the following never-before-seen footage, you will see not only how corrupt cops act, but how they react and face the consequences of their fraudulent and dishonest actions. On the evening of December 14th, 2021, Officers Galt and Beatty detained an innocent veteran who was identified to be Mr. Jeffrey Gray for holding a signboard that had the words, "God bless the homeless," written on it. After a CAD call from the manager and RP, Axel, of the brewery company who complained that Jeff was violating property rights and making employees and customers uncomfortable as he asked for money. Officer Galt walks up to Mr. Jeff Gray and confronts him about the complaint from the brewery company's employee. He further asks Jeff to show his ID, which Jeff denies, as is his right to. Jeff proceeds to tell the officer that he has a right to stand on the pavement if he wishes, as he was not in violation of any law.
You said you're asking the customers for money and stuff like that.
Well, God bless them.
Okay, well, they don't want you up front of the business.
I don't want you up in front of the business.
Okay, well, that's not how this is
So
going
you
to
can
go.
go get in your car and leave?
No.
I'll give you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have a nice night.
They just don't want you up here anymore.
I don't care. They don't have the authority to tell me not to be here.
They said you're asking for money and stuff like that.
That's what they said. It's hearsay.
Huh?
It's hearsay.
That's...
I say I'm not asking for money.
Okay, well, they said you're up front. So can you just go somewhere else?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going somewhere. I'll put it in my heart to stand right here. I'm going to stand right here.
Okay, but they don't want you blocking the sidewalk and stuff.
I'm not blocking the sidewalk.
Okay, you have your ID on you?
I don't have any ID on me, guy.
Okay.
And if I did, I wouldn't give it to you anyway.
Alright, well, you need to just move along there. That's all they want you to do.
Nope, not happening.
Why?
Because I'm just saying God bless someone's lives.
Okay, yeah, and you have the right to do that.
Yeah.
They just don't want you in front of their business.
Officer Galt then proceeds to interrogate the business employee about Jeff and the call they had placed to the police. The officer chats with the employee manager, Alex, present on the scene, explaining that Jeff was not asking for money and was on the public side of the sidewalk.
Did you guys told?
Yeah, yes sir.
And you can ask him for money?
Yeah.
He's just saying he's doing his political God bless America stuff. He's on his public sidewalk and he doesn't want to leave. You guys know him?
No. One of my employees has dealt with him before at another location. I've never seen him before here. I've had a couple of customers complain about it. He asked me to go up the street. I'm like, dude, I tried to talk to him and be like, hey man.
He's saying the same thing to me. He's on his public sidewalk and he's not asking people for money. He's just saying God bless.
When I went out there, he was on our sidewalk, on our side of the sidewalk.
Okay. Is that okay if he just stays on the public sidewalk?
I'd rather he didn't.
He's not going to. He's recording me. I'm recording him. This is going to be He doesn't want to identify himself, so.
Right. And that's not like him harassing customers out there.
If it's gotten to that point.
Officer Galt proceeds to call Officer Beatty, who shows up at the scene and tells Jeff he's panhandling in violation of the city ordinance. Beatty tells Jeff that he is not allowed an attorney as it is an investigation and acquires Jeff's gun from him as Galt handcuffs and detains him, both officers in violation of Jeff's rights as a citizen.
You were asking for money, okay? So they have every right to have you move along. And since we're here, because they called for you, we have to identify you.
I'm not giving you any ID.
If you don't, you'll go to jail.
I'm not giving you any ID. I got showed him. Can I reach? I got my ID. This is my ID.
You want to play that game?
I'm not showing you anything else. At this point, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I'm invoking my right to have my attorney present during questions. I'm not answering questions. I'm not giving you ID.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure that you understand that your attorney has nothing to do with us. Okay, your attorney has to do with court. That's not us. And because we're here for you, we have the right during an investigation to identify you.
I'm not identifying myself.
Okay, so you're going to end up going to jail.
I told him my name was Jeff, and that's all I'm giving you.
No, if you want to give us your information, then that's fine. But we still have to.
Am I being detained at this point?
Yes.
For what?
For the identification of you, which is an investigation that they started.
Okay, I'm not giving any identification. I would like to remain silent.
Okay. At this point, you're being detained. Okay. So, let me see this. Do you have anything in your pockets that poke, stab, or anything?
Since you're asking me if I have anything in my pockets, I am armed lawfully.
Okay.
Concealed carry permit.
Okay. Where's it at?
Here's my hands. It's in my pocket.
In your front pocket?
Yeah. Here's my hands. Perfect. Matter of fact, why don't you guys just put me in cuffs? I don't want any.
Yeah. You are allowed your attorney, but your attorney is a court thing. That's not us thing. All we want to do is identify you so that
I don't consent to any searches. I don't consent to any seizures.
Well, you're right now. I'm making sure you have no knives on you. And then when they write a statement saying that you were breaking the law, what's this? Is that a knife or no? Is that a knife?
I don't have any knives.
Okay.
There's 2 magazines in my left pocket.
Okay.
So I don't consent to any searches.
That's fine. You just told me there's magazines to the gun that I just pulled off, so I'm just grabbing those. You still have keys on you that don't have a knife.
Officer Beatty explains Jeff's detainment, while Jeff tells the officers to cautiously proceed as they are in violation of his rights. Jeff here seems to have more knowledge about the law than both the officers do, as they lie and twist the violations he's charged with due to them not being well versed with panhandling as a city ordinance.
Just so, I want to make sure that you understand that you're forcing a hand that doesn't need to be forced. Okay? We're not here to take your gun. You'll have it back. Right now, it's mine because we had to detain you. Okay? That's what you pretty much asked us to do. Okay? When you don't want to identify yourself, and we're called. So it's totally different if we're driving by, and that's you over there, right? You're not requesting anything on your sign. You're not breaking any laws. Okay? When they complain to dispatch that you're asking for money, and that there are customers who are telling the staff that is against the law. So we're doing an investigation to see if that actually occurred. Okay? That's the only reason why you're being detained. But because it's an actual investigation of a complaint, you have to identify yourself. That's state statute. Okay. Just make sure you're aware of what's going to go down because you won't.
I'd like to remain silent. Let's have my attorney present. I'm not answering further questions.
Okay.
I will advise you guys that you're in violation of civil rights.
Absolutely not.
I ask you to cautiously proceed.
Upon further investigation, and after interrogating an employee who had been working outside, it is found that Jeff is not in violation of any laws, as he had rights to be on the sidewalk and had a legal weapon carry permit.
Your sign doesn't say anything about money, and I just asked the guy who's sitting on the porch, and he says he didn't hear you beg for money, and so the only person who has a complaint about you standing on city property. which is not his problem, which is what I was explaining to him. Just.
I just wanted to stand there on the sidewalk.
That's what I was trying to just tell you. I just get figure out what was going on.
10-4. So, you have the right to be on the sidewalks, and you have a CCW. You have the right to carry.
A supervisory inquiry is conducted on December 15th in the Florida Police Department. On Friday, December 24th, 2021, Sergeant Richard Kirkland is interrogated by Lieutenant Mark Severance in New Smyrna Beach, Florida Police Department. The sergeant had been working as a Bravo shift supervisor and was doing overtime at the time the call was dispatched to Officer Galt. He is contacted by Officer Beatty after the incident for the panhandler call. In the following footage of the interrogation, Sergeant Kirkland confidently answers questions on Officers Galt and Beatty, along with providing the synopsis of key findings in the report.
Walk us through what happened.
Sure. So the ultimate findings are that the gentleman was not committing a crime. He was completely within his rights. He was on a public sidewalk and he was simply holding a sign saying, "God bless the homeless vets." Wasn't doing anything illegal or suspicious for that matter. They did not have a right to detain him, to seize him, his property, or anything. That was my ultimate findings. The way I got to those findings is I reviewed the video that was recorded by the subject and posted to social media. I also reviewed the both body-worn cameras from Officer Galt and Officer Beatty. Essentially, Officer Galt gets on scene first. He goes to make contact with the male. He tries to summon the male over to him. The male didn't really appear to respond, so he approaches the male, and they have a brief interchange where Officer Galt basically tries to get him to move along and tries to give him some. The male challenges him and says, "I don't have to move along." I don't know if you want me to get into exact words and stuff, or you just want me to kind of give the...
No, did Officer Galt make contact with the business owner or the manager?
Not until after he had this, verbal kind of back and forth with the subject. I believe that he thought he was just going to walk up to the subject and ask him to move along, as we do on a lot of calls, and if the guy doesn't have a problem with it, moves along, no harm, no foul. Well, in this case, the gentleman says, "I have a right to be here, I'm not going to." So you can see Galt kind of is taken aback a little bit, and he said, "Okay, well, let me go in and talk to the manager." So he does go in and talk to the bar staff. He tells them, the guy says that he's not going to move and that, he's on the sidewalk. I believe the bar manager tells him, well, he was on our property, and
So there was some dispute over what was their property, what was public property.
Correct. It appeared from watching the video that the bar manager, the reporting party, that I believe his name is Axel, thought that the entire sidewalk belonged to their business. It clearly doesn't. It's a public sidewalk, and the subject was actually standing on the farthest away on the sidewalk he could be from the business.
Severance asks Kirkland to summarize the policy violation that had been committed by the officers in their negligence.
Can you summarize the policy violation? You proffered a couple of policy violations. The one, can you read that from the record there? The Group 2.
The Group 2M, violation of rules, orders, etc., issued by the City Commission. It's basically, he violated our rules and policies and procedures, regulations by ultimately going against what he did for preliminary and follow-up investigations. He basically detained someone without the legal authority to do so. So clearly in violation of that policy. As far as Officer Galt, I do think that he also had a duty to recognize that what was going on was not okay. But again, I think he was naive and ignorant to the fact that panhandling is not against the law, and we cannot enforce a panhandling complaint by detaining people. So I think that they were operating under the impression that what they were doing was correct, but were just misinformed.
Concerning documents and videos from YouTube and body cams were provided for review on December 27th, 2021. On the evening of Friday, December 31st, 2021, Officer Galt is sworn in and made aware of the perjury he would face if he reported wrong facts. He is also given a garrity warning. Here is his interrogation regarding the incident with Mr. Gray.
When you made contact with, we'll call him Mr. Gray because we ultimately did identify him during the encounter. Can you describe the interaction you had with him?
I was just trying to be like people, like I am on most calls, just trying to get to know who he was, what his purpose was there. He was really blunt, not like straight up, not like asking or answering my just questions, just normal questions I had. Just what are you doing there? Is there a purpose you're up here? Stuff like that. He was just keeping to himself at that point.
Okay. What did he tell you he was doing?
That he was just whatever the sign was like. God bless the homeless vets. He was just trying to make people aware that God needs to bless the homeless vets.
Okay.
And he just kept going on to that topic.
Where was he at when you first encountered him?
On the sidewalk, by the car, by the light post.
By the curb?
Yeah.
Where the car's parked?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Gray to move along or leave the area?
The business owner said, initially saying that he was asking his customers for money. He just didn't want him up front of his business.
Okay. What was Mr. Gray's response?
He said he wasn't going to move. He said he has the right to be there, and he didn't feel like moving along.
Officer Galt is made aware of the violations he has committed by breaking Jeff's rights as a citizen to not identify himself. This shows that the officer is not well versed with the laws he's supposed to mandate and protect.
Why did you tell Mr. Gray that asking for money is technically against city ordinance?
At that point, I thought panhandling was a city ordinance violation.
Okay, so it was your belief that it was?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that?
I thought that early on in training that we had a call, and there was people asking for money, and I thought that we looked up a city ordinance violation that was panhandling, and it's not a city ordinance violation. It's a state statute actually. So,
for what's the state statute refer to?
Like if you're blocking, like stepping out in traffic, blocking people's right to move.
So it's a 316 violation for some type of impediment of traffic.
Right.
If
It's a
you're
traffic violation.
soliciting or entering traffic patterns, right? That wasn't the case here, was it?
No.
Okay. So at this point in your investigation, did you have any reasonable or articulable suspicion that Mr. Gray was committing, or was about to commit a crime or a violation of city ordinance?
At that point, I believed he might have been asking people for money due to him not answering my questions. So that's why I went back out and re-engaged with him. I thought we had something maybe stirring up.
So at this point, you're still thinking panhandling is a city ordinance violation, and you're acting on that assumption to try to continue the investigation. Okay.
Officer Galt proceeds to give an account of Officer Beatty's initial contact with Mr. Gray and how he had stood by witnessing it instead of stepping in and taking the more correct course of action.
Can you describe Officer Beatty's initial contact with Mr. Gray?
He was asking him the same questions I was, kind of starting over the process. And then when he didn't want to identify himself, that's when he kind of went, instead of talking to the business owner, he kind of went hands-on with Mr. Gray. And at that point, I usually, like when we investigate other crimes and stuff like that, we listen to both sides of the stories, come back, talk to each other, and I don't know where that happened, maybe because he was frustrated with him.
Do you think that would have been a more prudent course of action to continue the investigation and figure out what's going on?
I do, yes.
On the evening of Sunday, January 2nd, 2022, Officer Beatty is sworn in and made aware of the perjury he would face if he reported wrong facts, as they did with Officer Galt. Officer Beatty is given an in-depth list of the violations he has committed due to his misinformation regarding the state statute. He tries everything in his power to distort the truth of the case, even after the lieutenant reminded him that there was video evidence. The lies from Beatty just kept on coming. The officer is in the perception that he could get away by manipulating the law to his advantage. He laughs as he realizes he's been caught for his misinformation.
Is asking for money or another way to call it panhandling, in a public place, public sidewalk, is that a crime or a city ordinance violation?
To my knowledge now.
No, I want you to tell me what were you thinking.
When I came to the scene, when I came on a scene, I did think we had a city ordinance. I swore we had a city ordinance.
Okay.
That you weren't allowed to panhandle. Even more so, because I could have sworn that I've been told to enforce that right underneath the Martin Luther King Bridge on the Lytle extension.
Officer Beatty describes his interaction with Axel, the employee manager, about whether Mr. Gray had actually committed a crime, to which we find out that he had not, and his presence making a waitress uncomfortable had nothing to do with him.
After speaking with the business employee, the manager, Axel's his name, was there evidence that any crime or city ordinance had been committed at that point?
No.
So your investigation resulted in that there was no crime, even assuming that your assumption that panhandling was a crime.
Correct.
Okay.
He actually, when I asked him why, we get told that all the time, he threatened me, or she threatened me.
Right.
And so you ask what that is, and he said, well, he didn't really say anything to my waitress. She just is afraid to come back outside now because he's here.
Okay.
And I said, well, that's not on him.
Right.
He's allowed to be where he's at.
Okay.
Fair enough. When I was done.
Officer Beatty also talks about how he informed Sergeant Kirkland about the incident after it had occurred, instead of before or during it, as he is obliged to, and how Kirkland had informed the officer that he had violated Mr. Gray's rights.
Did you call Sergeant Kirkland after the fact to advise him of the incident?
Yes.
Can you describe what his response was to you?
He immediately said, well, you violated every right he has.
Okay, I couldn't hear the other side of the conversation on the phone, but what do you mean by that? I mean,
that's just what he said. I told him what went down. I told him, the manager's saying this, and he's being defiant. So to get space between the manager and him, we detained him for the investigation, brought him over to my car, and then he's like, well, I hope he doesn't make a big deal out of this because you just, I don't know if he said what amendment, but he's like, you just violated his rights.
Okay.
Officers Beatty and Galt are held for violating the rights of innocent Mr. Jeffrey Gray, who had made employees of a brewery uncomfortable due to a sign, "God bless the homeless." Mr. Gray does no harm as he stands on the sidewalk long before he is detained by the officers wrongly due to their misinformation about the city laws. Sergeant Kirkland has a role to play in not supervising his officers correctly and ensuring they were aware of the laws of the city. Always remember, them being agents of the law doesn't mean they will always have your best interest at heart.